takes to round the mic back. The shoot, seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to round the mic back. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the gun down. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. The shoot, seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to round the mic back. The shoot, seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to round the mic back. The shoot, seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to round the mic back. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the gun out. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. The shoot, seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to round the mic back. The shoot, seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to round the mic back. The shoot, seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to round the mic back. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause
closed-minded folks, you know what I'm saying? It's like we got a demo tape and nobody want to hear it, but it's like this, the South got something to say. That's all I got to say.
Your own path.
Don't just wear anything. Wear garments that mean something. We got hats. We got sweatshirts. We got jackets. We even got hoodies. Let's not forget our classic tees. Direction, choose your own path.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basic. Pay attention. Stay alert. And remember, choose your own path.
Yep. Yep. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Check. Yo, check. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. DJ Hamp Stampede, we in the
Wow.
Yo, what's poppin'? Salute, man. Fish in the fit. I see you, man. My brother, I thought I see you. Okay. Mr. Williams in the building. Strada, what up, kid? Good to see you. You already? Tommy was popping, my brother. D in the building. Salute. Aaron was popping. Be original. I see you. Brandon 86 was giddy. Nas was popping. Nas on time. I like it. My brother Quincy, of course. OG Vet Life. In the building. Salute, man. Hit the like button. JG in the booth. Shorty King was popping. Marcus. My brother Foey lighting it up today. Mel, you already know. Hit the like button, man. We starting on time as much as we can, man. We gotta make sure that we uphold the things that we complain about daily in the
Wow.
All right, perfect, man. I'm glad, man. Salute. I hope we get that popping, man. I appreciate you for helping me handle that, yo. Real shit. Like, damn, that's great. Okay. Tarus, what's goody, my brother? How you? Hit the like button, man. We got 50 people in the building already, man. Let's make sure that we hit the like. Make sure the likes match the viewership. We have 23 likes and 50 people in the building. Let's go ahead and hit the like button. Likes match the viewership, please. Let me do this real quick, and we get it popping. That's Lex. Lex, I see you. What's goody? How are you? Hope all is well. Hope everything, man. You know. Let me do this. All right, cool. And then I just got to start this poll for the day. Make sure. CJ, what up? Homeboy, Shalom. What's goody? Let me see. DC, what's shaking? Let me see. Dr. G. Cali, Curtis, what up? Hope everybody's feeling good. It's Friday. You know what I'm saying? We're going to have a good time today, but we got to get to the business first, man. To the 60 people in the building, please hit the like button, man. Appreciate y'all. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. I'm traveling. When I'm traveling. Let's get the like.
Wow.
Let's get it, man. Salute to the 60 people in the building. CJ was good. I responded to your text. I hope you seen it. You know what I'm saying? Salute. All right, man. I'm feeling good. Put a 1 in the chat if you feeling good. Free JDC, you early, baby. Put a 1 in the chat if you feeling good. Let's get it popping, man. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend and tell a friend. Man, hit that like button if you can. That helps the channel the most. The title, the narratives around Black culture, truth versus propaganda, man. It's a lot going on, you know, and a lot of considerations we simply refuse to make while failing, right? And I just don't quite understand it, you know. And I think the narratives, right? Narrative is almost one of those words that allows people to dismiss facts, information, a dialogue that needs to be had, and etc. You know, I'm almost looking at it like narratives are almost seen as like propaganda in a way, but I'm still mining through it as I think about it, you know. And people, we always talk about painting narratives, right? So people will make a situation out of nothing seemingly, or take the facts, skew them to make it fit what they want it to look like, you know. And I wonder if we use the narrative term, the scapegoat, what may actually be truth. You know what I mean? Kid Red, what up? Baker Man, what up? Haitian, salute. Salute to 100 people in the building, man. Let's get it popping, man. Once again, like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. So, this thing. Have y'all seen this? With Snoop. Now, this film, it's funny that he brings up the fact that he went to go see Buzz Lightyear. We covered this several years ago. Hey, Matreon, old dude, God bless his day. You hurt? Bino, what up? Angel, what up? Leon, what up? So, did y'all see this when he was on this podcast talking about his experience watching Buzz Lightyear when he went to the movie theater with his grandson? Now, Buzz Lightyear is what? 5 years old, I think. Right? 5 years old, I believe, the Buzz Lightyear film. And I guess he was asked, he never been asked about it, right? So he was asked about it on the It's Given podcast, and this is what he had to say.
Show that at this age, like that. These are kids that we have to show that at this age, like
that part.
They're going to ask questions.
Yeah.
Snoop Dogg's latest comments are raising eyebrows. After taking one of his grandchildren to see the Disney film Lightyear, the rapper recalls during an episode of the It's Giving podcast being shocked to see an LGBTQ plus couple represented on the big screen.
So we watching it, and the lady, which is Kiki's mama, they move on into the space years, they move down the line. They're like, man, she had a baby with a woman. Well, my grandson in the middle of the movie, like, Papa Snoop, how she have a baby with a woman? She a woman. Oh, I didn't come in for this. Just came to watch a goddamn movie. So it's like, I'm scared to go to the movies now. Like, y'all throwing me in the middle of shit that I don't have an answer for.
What'd you tell him?
Watch the movie. Eat this popcorn.
Shh. You said we don't know. We don't know.
It threw me for a loop. I'm like, what part of the movie was this? These are kids that we have to show that at this age, like,
that part.
They're going to ask questions.
Yeah.
E! News has reached out to Snoop's reps for further comment, but has not yet heard back. Lightyear's representation of a same-sex couple caused quite a bit of controversy at the time of its release, with countries like Saudi Arabia banning it altogether. At one point, the scene was even cut from the film per Variety, before it was later added back following former CEO Bob Chapek's apology for the company's silence surrounding Florida's Don't Say Gay bill. He wrote in a March 2022 email to employees, "Speaking to you, reading your messages, and meeting with you have helped me better understand how painful our silence was. You needed me to be a stronger ally in the fight for equal rights, and I let you down. I am sorry."
So Snoop facing backlash for saying you put a monkey wrench in us trying to enjoy something because kids don't have understanding. He didn't even speak out against it. He's saying when you put things in front of children, right, that don't line up with biology, kids get confused. Parents don't have a great answer because this is not the time, place, setting, or age range for them to start building this understanding about things that really, frankly, don't make sense, right? The stork thing is not true. Rainbow Kid, what up? He didn't even say what he should have said. Right? This bullshit. I remember one time, this is a while ago, we on Benton in Minnesota at the Safeway. Dude come in there dressed like a girl. My daughter said, "That's a boy, right, Daddy?" I said, "Yes." And he in earshot. And he looking crazy, right? You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, what you want me to tell her? You want me to confuse her and ruin her life for you? Ain't no way. Snoop played it cool. He at least agreed that he didn't have an answer and he was just as confounded. Right? So that's what he's saying. But I don't know how somehow they saying they trying to cancel Snoop. He didn't even say what he should have said. And what pain is the CEO talking about? He should have not apologized for causing pain. He should have apologized for not pandering at first. Because that's all that really means. Sorry, I didn't pander. to your feelings as though everybody gotta accept this shit or feel how you feel about it. So let me pander to the 10 people out of the million people I got working for me. The weakness we see where people are willing to skew or perverse their message, right? When that's not how they intrinsically feel, is a huge issue. If somebody is a part of the LGBTQ, I would hope that them, as especially the men, right? Even though I don't know, but you at least somebody telling you the truth. A panderer is the most dangerous man to a woman. And then we look at this shit and they want Snoop to say what they want him to say. Snoop barely said anything and he trying to get canceled. Yo, motherfuckers gotta stop bowing and acquiescing to bullshit. We don't take nothing serious, bro. This shit is serious that he ain't even say shit. And they trying to cancel Snoop for being confused like his grandson was. Because 2 women can't have kids. That's what he should have said. But he didn't even say that. My niggas try to get you up out of here for anything. Luckily, the media is now more free as opposed to what it was where you had to go to those news stations so you can do things like YouTube and speak up for yourself. Snoop could get money anywhere, right? So this is much more. Now, this is probably propaganda, right? More than anything. That Snoop got canceled. You can't cancel Snoop. He said he ain't fucking with Trump. Then he performed at his inauguration. Snoop still Snoop. Niggas try to call Snoop a snitch back in the day. He beat the trial. Snoop still Snoop. He went from Snoop lying to Snoop and he's still Snoop. But they just put this shit in front of us, right? And then we got to tiptoe around whomever for whatever reason they make up in their head at that given time. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, man. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Did y'all see this? The Young Thug shit. John Henry, what up? The Young Thug shit. What do y'all think about it? I'm going to read the chat for a second. What do y'all think about the Young Thug stuff? What do y'all think about the Young Thug shit? I'm going to get to this, Dr. G. What do y'all think? Hypocritical in what way? Hypocritical in what way? What'd he do? What'd he say? Let's listen to it. Hit the like button, man.
Move. Hey, Chicks Move. Appreciate all the coverage that you've been doing.
The Chicks Move. If you really want to stay up on literally anything that's happening, subscribe to Chicks Move. I don't know if he got 1 million people screen recording for him, but this dude don't miss nothing.
I've been watching your shit for a while. I just subscribed to your shit too, bro.
Hey, man, somebody tell Young Thugger he might gotta go do gospel. ATL, you guys might have a rap problem. Maybe. Possibly. Now, after spending the last couple of months calling Gunna a rat, trying to make people turn on him, karma has officially spun the block, and now Thugger is being held to the fire. Back in 2015, Young Thug did a 2-hour podcast with the cops while he was being interrogated about the Lil Wayne tour bus shooting. Now, let me just put this out there. This audio is not new. This audio actually surfaced 2 years ago. And even though it was never actually used in court, a lot of people are now calling out Young Thug for mentioning Pee Wee Roscoe's name.
This motherfucker Wayne from New Orleans. I'm from Atlanta. This nigga was in Atlanta and I was in New Orleans. I said, what the fuck? That was so weird. This nigga fucking, man, I shot at this nigga tour bus. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know who the fuck did it. They said Roscoe, but I don't want to block I don't want to like block out y'all case by saying Roscoe didn't do that. And knowing Roscoe, man, that man fucking scrub. That fool. I'm like, you shot at somebody, bro? But I don't fucking know, because every day niggas broke a fucking ball. I don't know. I honestly don't know.
Now, obviously, if you're a fan of Thugger, you're going to refuse to believe he was actually doing any telling. But if you're not a fan, or if you're neutral, you're going to say, well, anytime you mention somebody's name to the cop.
So he's snitching? He said snitching? He said, I think Roscoe, right? And so apparently he in the street, YSL and all this other shit. And I was having a thought about this shit. The fact that I even give a fuck that he snitched or not is the problem. The fact that I even give a fuck that he a street nigga snitching on other street niggas that been snitching on street niggas that have always snitched on street niggas that don't uphold a bullshit credence or agreement of street niggas that get killed and ratted on and murdered and live and sell in prison and penitentiary with other street niggas and sit next to other street niggas that been snitching. The fact that I even give a fuck, the fact that I even ask y'all, is he snitching or not, is stupid. Nobody don't care about this shit. Gunna shit still went crazy. He had the biggest. Hold on. Right, hold on. Let me just show you. This song stayed in the club, right? Hold on. This song stayed in the club for a year. Stayed in the club for a year after he came home. You got a rat telling on a rat who gonna rat on somebody else. All of our favorite gangsters told on somebody. Who's your favorite gang? Who's your favorite character in Paid in Full? Motherfuckers been telling. What I care about two rappers faking gangster telling on each other. The fact that we even having a conversation around the fact that this motherfucker done told to somebody. Who cares? What you think gonna happen? We already seen it. We already seen it with Frankie. We already seen it with Frank Lucas. We already seen it with Alpu Martinez. How you think these motherfuckers has ended up in prison? You seen Judas the Black Messiah. This regular shit. Now I give a fuck about niggas who got a little bit of money that's sicking niggas with no money on other niggas. And then when they go down for it with the Rico, they making sure that they don't go down for real. So they telling on niggas who don't got as much money or clout. It's my fault. It ain't Young Thug fault. Look. This is what he came out with. When we hold on.
Hey, this is stoner music, man. Stoner. I'm stoner.
He should have just put because that's what we're gonna do. Yo, we seen First 48, right? We've seen First 48, right? First 48 been popping for 20 years. Niggas been telling. We don't give a fuck. Let's just keep it tall. We try to separate R. Kelly from take advantage of little girls because we love his music. We don't give a fuck. Let's stop acting like we caring that niggas, gangster niggas telling on gangster niggas like we ain't been seeing that shit. Come on, man. We're going to make an exception. Who cares? Lil Woody is popular as shit because he told and didn't tell and then was talking shit to the judge and an attorney. He been on every show that you can imagine. I don't care. And I'm saying it, but let me bring my mans up. I try to hit him up to see if I can, but he busy. You know what I'm saying? But let me show y'all this, right? Because I think he articulated it even better than I in a different way, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most.
People asking my opinion on the recent allegations of Young Thug snitching. But honestly, see what I've learned? Street politics is the least of my concern. Am I worried about YSL? Nah. I'm worried why the price of groceries so high. I'm just saying, can one of you young thugs get a knife and slap down inflation? Since we talking about telling, can you tell me who taking these missing kids in Virginia? Facts, cause bro, I'm less concerned about rats, more concerned with the rabbit hole, like them hiding Epstein list. Ridiculous Dr. Umar voice. You don't find that suspicious? Worrying about who snitched in they footage. Meanwhile, grandma's getting killed by straight bullets. I care less who rat on who. Since we telling, let's tell how the former murder capital, DC, thriving all of a sudden. Just went 2 weeks, no shootings, robberies, or nothing. There's no talks to this. It's like we're more concerned with informants than being informative. I don't care what Gunna or Thug did. When we gonna wanna be productive? So people asking my opinion on Young Thug snitching, just talking for clout. Man, we got more important to be worrying about.
He rapping like that, Leon, so he can convey the message, right? He actually changed his cadence up because he realized that people who don't listen to hip hop are more so looking for like just to understand what he's saying, you know? So he got a beat behind it, but it's much more like a spoken word, you know? So it's like catering to two crowds at once. But I think I want y'all to hear what he was saying, though. Who really cares about this shit? Right? They cleaning up the streets too fast in DC. Then we don't want niggas to tell. Then niggas is feeling safe. We confusing. I don't give a fuck about Young Thug and who he told on or who they finally told us he told on. They got bodies. They got robberies, murders, drugs. He come home with 10 years of, 20 years of probation. He come home with 20 years of probation. Let me tell you how real it is. Bino here. I ain't see Sporty. If you ever been subject to the system and you hear a nigga get 20 years of probation, we immediately like, yo, he ain't gonna make it. He wilding for taking that much probation. They gonna come get you. That's a ploy, right? Because it's about the mindset. If his mindset don't change, he fucked. He cooked. But how you think he got that? Gunna came home. Woody came home. Thugger came home. We just waiting on the information for Young Thug to do what we knew he did already. Don't give a fuck about them niggas telling on each other. One, I already knew. And two, we've seen it since time immemorial. But we trying to figure out if he a snitch or not. So? We don't care about shit, bro. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Harrison with the $5 says, salute to the voice of reason, Mace Hampton. They said I sound like Mace. I see you shining with the Ray-Bans on. Yeah, man, I like these glasses. They comfortable. Dr. G with the $5 says, Hamp, there was another school shooting in Minnesota. Commentary was the last 4 or 5 shootings have been trans people. There's definitely something there. John Henry with the 20 ball.
Wow.
Good to see you. Hamp, here's a narrative. Blacks believing the federal government, quote unquote, kicked black men out the home. Man in the house rule. Look up King versus Smith, 1968. This was an unregulated state agency practice that SCOTUS struck down. You probably had to give me more when we drop the link. And with the $2 says 66.9 told no lies about these niggas literally. Yeah. It's regular, bro. It's regular, man. Hit the like button, hit the like button, hit the like button, man. Dr. G, you read my mind with this one. I got this one queued up as well. Let's listen in.
Learning more information about the suspected.
Hold on.
We're also learning more information about the suspected gunman. As you also see this, a post from Brooke Taylor here saying sources confirmed to Fox the Minneapolis shooter has been identified as a 23-year-old Robin Westman. According to court docs, at 17 years old, Robert Westman formerly had his legal name changed to Robin because docs state the minor child identifies as female and wants her name to reflect the identification. The application for the name change of a minor was filed by the mother, and a court granted the request in 2020. And we're getting new images right now of that Robin Westman obtained by Fox here on Live and Now from Fox as we're learning more information about this. The police chief in Minnesota, Brian O'Hara, said there was a manifesto potentially on YouTube. They are looking into that. Investigators are trying to dive into that. There is no motive at this point. At the last update, they did say they obtained several warrants to look into some of the residences of this individual. We also heard from our Fox 9 team that this individual's, Robin Westman's mother, may have worked at this Catholic school in recent years. So obviously a lot of potential connections there. So new information coming in about this after this tragic shooting earlier on today. 2 young kids killed, 17 others injured. Of course, those 2 victims that were fatally wounded, we do not know the identities of those 2 kids, but you can only imagine what the family, that community is going through tonight. As they're dealing with this loss just in the first week of school as they were attending a mass when those guns rang out, those shots rang out there. All right, I'm Andy Mack. You're on Live Now from Fox. Let's slide away for a quick 2-minute break. Of course, we'll have all of those vigils, the somber moments. We're expecting to hear from the Archbishop of the... All right, welcome back in here to Live Now.
Let me tell you something, right? I don't believe in free will. So I think people who born like that, right? The key is they got to fight those inclinations, right? We all got vices that we got to deal with. People would argue that's probably way more difficult than stop eating a thing or stop wearing a certain type of clothing or stop, you know what I mean? But that's how I see it. You keep on saying, and now, so let me show you this, right? So Peru classified transgender identities as mental health problems in May 2024 law, although this was later clarified and walked back by the Ministry of Health in June 2024 after strong criticism. Indonesia's psychiatric body also stated in 2016 that transgender people could be categorized as having a mental disorder. Right? I want to listen to this one, and then I'll just give y'all my thoughts on this, right? But, let's listen to this one.
I am Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us. It's a dark day in Minneapolis after this senseless shooting at a Catholic school that had children sitting in pews going to mass during their first week of school. And we're learning more information right now about this tragedy that unfolded earlier on this morning as Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara said the shooter, armed with a rifle, shotgun, and pistol, approached the side of the church and shot through the windows toward the children sitting in the pews there at Annunciation Catholic School. And for the first time, our Fox 9 team, Nathan O'Neill, gathering some of these 911 calls to the dispatch there as this all went down around 8:30 local time.
Minneapolis has a possible active shooter, 509 West 54th Street, Minneapolis.
The first calls came in around 8:30 in the morning.
All units, you are heading to Minneapolis, mutual aid, on a shooting.
An active shooter in South Minneapolis at the Annunciation Church and School.
We first received a page that we were going to have a mass casualty incident at 8:46 a.m.
First responders from all over the region rushing to the scene.
State troopers arriving. We just need medical. Bring all the guys that you have.
Dispatch audio reveals the scope of the emergency response and the casualties after police say the shooter opened fire through a church window.
We've got at least 4 criticals in the inside, the rest outside of the church, a couple DOAs, but at least 20 other patients.
2 young children, ages 8 and 10, were killed where they sat in the pews.
We have 2 gunshot wounds, 2 patients with gunshot wounds to their head in front. There's also a critical patient in the rear of the church.
Authorities say at least 17 victims were injured, most of them children.
Transporting one 10-year-old male, red trauma, gunshot wound to the head, Minneapolis children. He is third vitally stable, possibly was just raised.
You're dealing with gunshot wound injuries from apparently a high-velocity weapon.
And within minutes of arriving on scene,
we believe he took his own life in the parking lot.
Emergency medical teams confirming that the lone shooter was dead.
One suspect with a gunshot wound to the head. The rifle and shotgun, he's down right now.
Marking an end to the violent attack in South Minneapolis. For the Fox 9 investigators, Nathan O'Neill.
All right, thank you.
Connor Hansen with Fox News is live out there in Minneapolis. He has been following this from the get-go and joins us now live. Connor, thanks so much for being here. What is the latest on the investigation as a whole?
Hi, Josh. Well, police and...
Here's the thing. Shout out to Dr. G's super chat, right? This transgender shit to me right here is inconsequential, right? These white boys been doing this shit. Now he dressed like a girl. It's a white dude dressed like a girl. Right? We've seen this. Las Vegas, Buffalo, bombing the church that got shot up and they brought him to Burger King. What's the big one? Columbine, Sandy Hook. So now he dressed like a girl. But the truth is, it's a white dude who's a coward, picking on kids, shooting up kids. Him and his family deserve to be locked up, shot, and dead too. They can't fool me because he got a dress on. Now he a transgender. That's a grown-ass white man. From Columbine to Sandy Hook to Minneapolis. Now we gotta create a whole nother. Oh, it's a trend. What are you talking about? That's a dude dressed like a girl. And then I hate even putting the mental illness shit on it because people dealing with real problems, real mental disorders, right? You know, Shaz shared an intimate story with me about something that really impacted me, about how people could be one way one day and totally different the next because of shit that's really happening. The troops that really seen shit. You seen Tarus come up here and say, yo, I had to get on these medications or else. People that's really going through it. Now this white dude dressed like a girl, so now we got to give him extra consideration. No, my G, y'all been doing that. The incel dude who was shooting up people and doing up. The incel dude who shot the people in the Dollar Tree in Florida. Y'all been doing this shit. That's white. Those are white males. Don't got shit to do with a woman. That's what I'm saying. Like, you know what I mean? It just, you know, even like with the victim shit, right? About like different like rape or molest. Yo, when people be doing these fake ass call outs, now the real victims get glossed over. The real victims get questioned. We can't see the real victims. Same thing with this shit. It's white men doing white men shit. We get it. Drive-by niggas. Shooting up a school, fucking a dog, shooting kids, white men. They changed the definition of mass shooting. We get it. Niggas. Own that shit. Don't transgender shit is a cop out for what we already been seeing for the last 50 years. Wow. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. John Henry with the $5 says, FYI, DC went 16 days homicide free between February and early March of this year prior to Trump occupation. Notice that isn't being spoken of. Yeah, we actually brought it up. If I'm not mistaken, I think Tarush brought it up when we were having a conversation on Monday. If I'm not mistaken, there was two different instances of that, right? We also saw a extreme decline in places like Newark. You know, we've also seen this extreme decline in Baltimore. So we definitely had that conversation decently substantively, you know. Aaron with the $2 says he hate the kids because he don't know who he is. He know who he is. I don't know, man. I'm just looking at it. Y'all can look up more on this story, you know. But the I'm trying to find a video.
Federal authorities
trying to find a video to his family is one thing I wanted to see, but I couldn't find it.
Set up outside of the school right here. We know that people who are friends, family members, complete strangers have come by and left candles. They've left stuffed animals and flowers. What do we know at this point as the investigation continues?
I don't care. We know what it is, right? You shooting kids. I don't need to understand your playbook. I don't need to know how you got there. Right? There's no excuse for it. People that can't defend themselves, the most sucker shit you can do. Right? We don't got no understanding for that. We don't need no grace for that. We don't care how sick you acting. It's bullshit. My bad, Tommy. Tommy with the $5 says Thugger had a full concert in that interrogation room. Fuck rats. Don't do the crime if you ain't willing to do the time. It's simple. Yeah, I think that's right in the terms of the street, but most of us ain't in the street, and the street niggas turn out not to be street niggas, right? We speaking on things in which we don't understand. We participate in things we ain't really willing to deal with, and we never think it's going to be us. My OG Omar told me, he said, you got to get it right every day. Jake only got to get it right once. Fuck a school shooter, man. 8 and a 10-year-old. 8-year-old barely know how to wipe his ass. Did y'all see this? Hit the like button. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. Look. So, did y'all see this? So, I wanted y'all to see what happened, right? What happened before we get the commentary of the aftermath. All right. So, I wanted y'all to see what happened kind of blindly if you haven't seen it. So, that was a interaction. Taylor Townsend and the white girl name is Jelena Austin Pinko. They've played several times before, right? And she beat her twice already. So let me play the actual press conference, right, of what Miss Taylor said, you know, after that transaction.
And you're upset about that. Saying I have no education, you lost. And you're upset about that. Saying I have no education and no class. I don't really take that personally because I know that it's so far from the truth.
Tennis stars Taylor Townsend and Elena Ostapenko are speaking out on that tense exchange after their U.S. Open match on August 27th. Despite the pair initially shaking hands, camera footage shows them in what appears to be an argument on the court after Elena reportedly told Taylor she should apologize for a shot that clipped the top of the net, but stated play referred to as a net cord. Following the heated discussion, Taylor was captured walking over to the stands and hyping up the crowd as she celebrates her win. Following the spat, the number 1 ranked doubles player spoke to reporters at the post-match press conference and revealed if there was any previous history between her and Elena.
No, there's never been any history. I mean, I don't know how she feels about me, but there's no, beef on my side. She told me that I have no education, no class, and to see what happens if we play each other outside of the U.S. And I said, I'm excited, bring it. I'm never been the one to back down from anything like that.
She then explained where she thinks the confrontation came from.
I chalk that up to competition. I chalk it up to, being upset, and, she pulled out all the stops to try and break the momentum. And, sometimes people do that, but it is what it is. Still is no beef, but again, like you guys saw, I didn't back down because you're not going to insult me, especially after I carried myself a certain type of way with nothing but respect. And if I show respect to you, I expect respect as well. And that's just the fact of the matter. And I think that that's tennis, right? No matter what's going on, it's me versus you. But at the end of the day, we have to respect each other and respect what happens out on the court. It's competition. So, it was unfortunate, but, it's something I could put on my TikTok.
During the post-match conference, Taylor claimed Elena told her she had, quote, no class and no education, and answered a reporter's question about whether she thought there were racial undertones to those comments.
So I can't speak on how she felt about it. That's something that you're going to have to ask her. I didn't take it in that way. But also, that has been a stigma in our community of, being non-educated and all the things when it's the furthest thing from the truth. And the thing that I'm the most proud of is that I let my racket talk, because ultimately I'm the one here sitting in front of you guys, moving on to the next round, getting the next check, moving on, being able to still be here and speak to you guys. And that's what's the most important. She's packed up and she's gone. I'm here.
Following the match, Elena went on social media to share her side of the story, writing in part that she thought Taylor was, quote, disrespectful for not saying sorry after being helped by a net cord during a point. Quote, there are some rules in tennis which most of the players follow, and it was the first time that this happened to me on tour. If she plays in her homeland, it doesn't mean that she can behave and do whatever she wants. She also addressed accusations that race played a role in her remarks, writing on Instagram, quote, I was never racist in my life and I respect all nations of people in the world. For me, it doesn't matter where you come from. There are some rules in tennis, and unfortunately, when the crowd is with you, you can't use it in a disrespectful way to your opponent.
It's crazy. She mad about the cheering, right? She mad about the support that Taylor got. She mad that she is American. And she mad that she is a Black American. You could hear all that shit. You could hear every single thing. She mentioned home country, the no education, no class. Where did she get that from? Right? What gave her that understanding or that notion? What else could you be looking at other than how she looks? And that's what I've been trying to tell y'all. Everybody was talking about we try to make it a race thing. No, it's always there. It always exists. It's always prevalent. It always matters. People always lean on it. People always see it. So not only this is race, and then it's nationality, right? People don't like Americans. Not with we loud, right? We got money. We don't give a fuck. We got guns. We'll beat you up. We got the most people in prison. Let's not get it twisted. Let's not get it twisted. But every single time, and I'm gonna keep saying, we got freedom of speech, right, Trey? Let's keep it tall. They know when they see her. She got wild fans in the crowd, and you know how we fan. And I'm talking about Americans, nigga. We be how our fans be. It's lit. Black, white, don't matter. You see the white boys flipping cars and burning cars down, right? We throw parties. When somebody die in New Orleans, they throw a parade. It go up. So now they in the hooting and hollering. Listen, bro, it's lit. But I don't want to mistake none of it. It's a nationality thing. It's a skin color thing, because I don't understand why you say no class, no education. We know what she's doing. I respect people. What are you talking about? And I just want y'all to see a little bit more of the actual interaction. Hold on. Right? Just in terms of when they were engaging with each other.
I can only speak on how I handled the situation. And how I handled it is someone who's upset about the outcome that occurred. You lost, and you're upset about that. Saying I have no education and no class. I don't really take that personally because I know that it's
look at the white girl disposition.
So far from the truth. The thing that I'm the most proud of is that I let my racket talk. Because ultimately, I'm the one here sitting in front of you guys, moving on to the next round, getting the next check, moving on, being able to still be here and speak to you guys. And that's what's the most important. She's packed up and she's gone. I can't speak on what her intentions were. I can only speak on how I handled the situation. And
you seen a white boy, you seen a white girl. That's how they be acting. That finger pointing, nigga, I wish you would, nigga, this. That's because that's what she want to say. Next check. Top doubles tennis player in the world. She getting popping. She beat her several other times. There was another interview that she had. She said, well, I beat you in Canada. I wasn't in my own country. But then she was kind of in her emotion. She said, I beat you in New York, not in my own country. I'm like, oh, you Taylor, you bugging. But she was excited. You know what I'm saying? Right? But yeah, yo, real this thing, right? She's a child. Yeah, no, put her in the bathroom. That's what happened.
Put him in the fucking bathroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
Salute to everybody coming in the building. Miss Bells, my brother Trey, Mike Davis, Tiff, what up? I got Rainbow already. Rose was popping. Baker Man, I see you. Salute, salute, salute. Miss Parker was goody, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Impress, salute. Did I read this one already? Yeah. So now, right? This is the truth. What we looking at here, this is what we see, right? We know that that's what that is. That ain't propaganda. We ain't trying to make it racial. We know what that is. We can identify that lesser than shit. And then she checkmated herself by saying, no class and no education. You know how you see her. You know how you look at her. Thanks for telling us. And we know you don't like Americans. Not true. I ain't say nothing about that. That's not true. I'm saying this is exactly what it is. You heard? This is exactly what it is in this clip, good brother. I'm just calling it out. And we try to always differentiate. No, everybody feels like this. Everybody is racist. And that's fine, right? Racist is somehow the only word that doesn't have the correct denotation. Right? So if I say pianist, a pianist has an affinity for the piano, right? They take a liking to, they appreciate, they love the piano over other instruments, right? Hence pianist. A gymnast doesn't dislike the gym, right? They have an affinity for the gym. They prefer the gym. And then when we take the denotation of racist, right? There's an affinity for your people, right? There's a liking to, there's a want, there's an attraction for. And somehow we acting like that's regular shit. That's regular shit. I ain't even about y'all niggas. I'm saying my people, you heard? Right? And I'm saying the denotation, the connotation is what we always speak about, right? That's kind of like the sentiment around it. The denotation is the actual meaning, right? When you put the two words together. Only reason we care about the Eastern Europe is because of taking. Because of how you said good luck. Other than that, we give a fuck. But we know how they feel about Americans, and then we know how she stereotypes Black Americans. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend, man. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Yo, so look at this, right? Now, this is where I need y'all help in assessing propaganda, reality, the truth, because this is what always happens. We'll get a video and say, see, this video is a microcosm into the macro picture. This video shows the behavior of most of these people. Let me show you a video of black women twerking, because all black women twerk. And here's just an example. Let me show you a video of a shootout in Philadelphia, because all black men be shooting out, killing, robbing, stealing, gorilla, right? So is that true? Can I show you one video to make my point? Can I show you one big back woman who got all these demands in the world and she looked like a barilla? Does that prove the point? If it's 500 black people 500,000 black people in jail altogether, women included, does that prove the point to make black people criminals? How does this work? How does this work? How does this work? Or is it a narrative? Right? If I show you 7 videos, am I on to something? So let me see. Let's assess this. Right? Let's assess this. We talking about black fatigue and all that. I just argue that's how you've been felt. That's how you feel. Black fatigue is a scapegoat. Can I prove it with 5 videos? Or does it prove the opposite? How does the narrative work? Take this walk with me.
Take your black ass out of here if you get fucked up. Don't come cuss at my door, motherfucker. Fuck you and your phone. Get your fucking ass beat, motherfucker.
Get off my property
Get the
now.
fuck out of here. Record that shit. Come back again, I'm gonna fucking hang your ass.
Now.
Good.
I hope you show your employers. Show your employers, because this is what your employees do.
You dumb fucking nigger. It says no soliciting. Get your black ass the fuck out of here. You come back again, I'm gonna hang you.
Don't go over his house either.
He don't want nothing. It says no soliciting. Get your black ass out of here. You get fucked up.
You want him in your house? He's recording
Fuck
us.
you.
That's right. Record me.
Take your black ass out of here,
You're
motherfucker.
fucking soliciting with the wrong
Take
person.
your black ass out of here if you get fucked up. Don't come cuss at my door, motherfucker. Fuck you and your phone. Get your fucking ass beat, motherfucker.
Get off my property
Get the
now.
fuck out of here. Record that shit. Come back again, I'm gonna fucking hang your ass.
Now. Good. I hope you show your employers. Show your employers, because this is what your employees do.
You dumb fucking nigger. It says no soliciting. Get your black ass the fuck out of here. You come back again, I'm gonna hang you.
Don't go over his house either.
He don't want nothing. It says no soliciting. Get your black ass out of here. You get fucked.
What'd he do, y'all? What'd he do? What'd he do? He walked. Right, he's actually the project manager for the neighborhood. Now, don't get me wrong. He probably trying to sell or upsell or whatever the case is, right? But he literally walked to the door. The wife came to the door first. They have a no soliciting sign, right? But any salesperson knows if you ever done sales, you got to walk past that sign. It doesn't matter. And that's the thing. You can tell who did certain type of work. You know how many no soliciting signs I walk right past? Because you still got a job to do. And oftentimes that sign is a deterrent for the people who get deterred by it. Right? And so now he's in the neighborhood. He didn't even really get a chance. I look for it, Tony. I was trying to look. Right? Now, yeah, so they were saying he's a project manager, but I just know how that looks like, having done this job before. Right? He's in the neighborhood knocking on the doors, right? Whether it's to convey a message or to sell something. I just wonder what solicits or merits that response. other than they already feel that way about that man. And if you in the chat arguing about there was a no soliciting sign up, you got bigger problems. You being willfully obtuse. Well, there was a no soliciting sign. Come on, my nigga. Come on, my G. Right? It doesn't warrant that. I'm gonna hang you. And so he walking away, right? And he, there's another video, but I don't have it up. It's sorry. And he just got that look on his face. But that shit hurt his feelings though. And he think he's being a bigger person, right? He's at work, he being a bigger man. That paycheck, boy. What would you do for a Klondike bar, boy? I'm telling you, man. Money will make a motherfucker docile quick, boy. I'ma hang you. Get your black ass out of here. Nigga this, nigga that. Then he started talking to the phone, knowing that people were watching or were gonna see it. He bring his black ass back here. I'ma hang his ass. Now he talking to other people. That's how much he don't give a fuck. Yeah, Trey, he was on the sidewalk. Great point. What do I say? What do I say now? What's the narrative? What do we want to paint? This how white people act? This how white people actually feel? Do I then couple this with the fact that that lady raised $1 million after she called that little white boy a nigger? Okay. Let's see. Narratives, man. Narratives, right? Is it the truth though? Or is it indeed somebody trying to skew the truth? Because we don't care enough about anything, right? We let a whole lot of shit slide from each other and from everything around us. Let me show y'all this. Lifeguard charged with murder and shootings of 2 teens at Douglas Park. So you see, can y'all see my mouse? Yeah. So you see, dude, right here, there's like a dude fixing a bike. There's kids around. These kids are young. Look what happens. And you tell me why this happens and where it comes from. What is the energy? Look, he's on a knee in his bag, bike flipped over. There's a kid here. These are kids. These are the 2 kids that are dead in the picture. Does it make sense? You can't even register it, right? What's the point? Exactly. What conjures that type of response? Other than that's what you wanted to do. You put yourself in that position. Look at the kids. He didn't retreat. He didn't leave. He in the middle of what for where? You can't even make sense of it. Except for this part. Right? This is the narrative, propaganda, or is it the truth? People say, oh, the kids are dangerous. The YNs is out here wilding. They don't care about nothing. They'll kill you in a heartbeat. Right? The kid probably had a gun at the pool. right? All of that now, this motherfucker, right? Think he justified. Think that's how it's supposed to go. All the kids are dangerous. Is it the truth? Is it propaganda? Propaganda? Damn. Is it a narrative? I don't know. Them 2 kids dead though. As a fucking doorknob. White people feel like this? Okay. Maybe 2 videos. It might not be enough, right? It might not be enough. Let me see. Hold on. Can y'all hear this? Hey, let me know if you can hear the video. Okay, hold on. It said it lost connection. Hold on. 1 second. Let me try to refresh it. Because I need y'all to hear this. Let me see.
Her and her 2 sons.
You hear it now?
His Airbnb was right next door.
With aggravated burglary, securing a 3-15-year sentence in state penitentiary.
Reynolds, who faces a felony.
Can I hear it? All right. Let me restart it. So, NYPD officer who broke inside black family's home so he can murder them receives 2 weeks in jail and keeps his job.
Around 2:30 in the morning, he's accused of breaking into Halliburton's home and using a racial slur toward her and her 2 sons. His Airbnb was right next door.
With aggravated burglary, securing a 3-15-year sentence in state penitentiary.
Reynolds, who faces a felony aggravated burglary and 3 9th around 2:30 in the morning, he's accused of breaking into Halliburton's home and using a racial slur toward her and her 2 sons. His Airbnb was right next door.
With aggravated burglary, securing a 3-15-year sentence in state penitentiary.
Reynolds, who faces a felony aggravated burglary and 3 9th around 2:30 in the morning, he's accused of breaking into Halliburton's home.
Hi there, I'm Gilma Avalos, and this is News 4 Now for Thursday, January the 2nd. First up, the weather. It's going to stay dry tonight, but grab that umbrella tomorrow. We are looking at showers in the morning and highs in the 40s. Now the news. An NYPD officer who admitted to a drunken and racist tirade has left the force. Michael Reynolds pleaded no contest to kicking in the door of a black woman's home and threatening her family. He also used a racial slur. It happened last year after a bachelor party, and the whole thing was caught on a neighbor's surveillance camera. Reynolds was actually supposed to report to NYPD headquarters today to face disciplinary action for the whole thing, but he opted to quit instead. A Rikers Island correction officer is facing murder charges after a deadly family argument. Police say Cardell Gatson gunned down his uncle on the sidewalk near Central Park yesterday. The 37.
What y'all think? Let me see if I can get one more, right? Just so we can get the context.
You want to support Roller Rock Unfiltered? Be sure
Shit rolling.
to join our Bring the Funk fan club. Every dollar that you give to us supports our daily digital show. Only one day is possible. In the home of an African-American family has resigned from the force. Calls for his firing. Of course, yeah, he's white, have grown since he was sentenced December 6th in the rampage at the Nashville home in 2018. Online petition drew 12,000 signatures. Now, Reynolds pleaded no contest to charges of aggravated criminal trespassing and assault. He broke into the home near the Airbnb where he was staying, yelling racist slurs and threats at Conise Halliburton and her 4 sons. Halliburton's youngest sons were reportedly 8 and 11 at the time. Guys, he was only sentenced to 15 days in jail and 3 years of probation. This is the call here. Go ahead and play it. 15 days. Yeah, he should have lost his damn job and hopefully does not get a pension. All right, folks, back to our Roadblock Unfiltered video in just one moment. All right, folks, as the marijuana momentum continues, the folks at marijuanastock.org have already reached more than half of their funding goal.
I don't know what y'all think. You fucking nigger, right? Came out his mouth. Right? Fucking nigger came out his mouth, right? He drunk. They having a bachelor party, I guess, next door. He kicked down the door. He get mad at the kids and the lady. If you try to shoot me, I'll break your fucking neck, you fucking nigger, right? What's the reasoning? Why did he say all that? He justified? Y'all calling that fatigue, I guess? What's the narrative? This how all white people feel? This how most white people feel? What did they do? Is it true? Is it propaganda? We're trying to figure it out. Like, how do you make a narrative? How do we show videos? Does this prove a point? Is this one-off behavior? Is this black fatigued? In the middle of the night, 3 a.m., he drunk, he kicking the wrong door because he see one of the little boys. Fucking nigger this, fucking nigger that. They not outside in the street robbing a Walmart or a Marshall's. Let me show y'all this. Uh-oh. He just at work, y'all. Black dude at work.
You came on to put shoes
Come on.
and shorts off the chair?
Come on, bitch.
You a pussy.
Bitch. You're a fucking punk ass fucking spear chucker. You got no balls.
Do something. Come on. You came on to put shoes
Come on.
and shorts off the chair?
Come on, bitch.
You a pussy.
Bitch. You're a fucking punk ass fucking spear chucker. You got no balls.
Do something. Come on, swing. Come on. What's up? What? Watch out, Clint.
You're a fucking nigger. Waiting on you. You look like you just smoked some dope.
Show your ass.
Go ahead. Waiting on you.
Come on, what's up? You really scared.
Scared? I wouldn't be in the street, nigger.
All right, come on.
I wouldn't be in the street.
Come on.
I'm waiting for you to make a mistake so I can bounce you. Come on.
You don't have to wait on
Come
me.
on.
I'm at work. You're not
You're
at
a
work.
punk ass man. Step on that property, see what happens.
I don't have
Put
to,
one step
bro.
on it.
I'm not putting a step on your property.
You know
You're
better,
calling
boy.
police.
They're already on the way, man. I'm just trying to keep you here.
Okay, cool.
Go ahead.
Keep me here.
You know what? You ain't got no balls.
Really?
That's
I'm
right.
right here in front of your face, though.
Go ahead.
And I'm at work. What's up?
Make a move.
What you trying to do?
Nigga, you got no balls.
What you trying to do?
You're a punk ass. You ain't got no balls. Do something.
Y'all see this shit, bro?
Do something. Skinny ass fucking crackhead. That's all you are. Come on.
Mind you, he using every single racial slur, every single racial epithet or stereotype, right? You know, let's say, I don't know what happened. The dude is at work. Look like he got one of the Amazon jackets off. He dropping packages. Who knows what the gentleman took exception with, right? They both committed to getting this popping, right? The black dude think, if I swing first, I'm instantly in trouble. He's like, all you got to do is do something, right? White dude outside, nigger this, nigger that. You don't got no balls, skinny crackhead. What he fatigued about?
Do something.
You're right. Come on.
Do something.
You're right.
Here, I'm in your face.
My
Come
chin
on.
right here.
Here I am.
My chin
Right here.
Come on.
Go ahead. That's a shot. Come on. Yeah. Come on. Now it's on.
This is not happening.
Yes. Yes. Come on.
Nothing beats a Jet2 holiday. And right now, you can save £50 per person. That's £200 off for a family of 4. we've got millions of free child place holidays available with 22 kilograms of baggage included. But now, with Jet2 Holidays, package holiday.
You know, and I get it. Yo, you at work, run, right? Let them call you a nigger, this and the third. Your job is more important. I get it. I know what niggas is saying. I know what y'all, I know what those people are saying, right? You let a paycheck turn you into a coward. But what do we say? What do we say? That dude fatigued because the dude out here doing his job, he at work. He come all out in the street on a porch, nigger this, crackhead that. I don't know. I guess it's just a one-off, right? Right. It's just a narrative. It didn't take me that long to put this together. 5 videos. 5 videos. What y'all think? 40 Boom was popping. Mahogany, what up? JT in the building. Alex, I see you. Nightbreaker, what up? Nightbreaker, stupid. No, I'm just asking. Like, let me know. Like, this what we doing, right? Is it a narrative? Is it true? How easy was that for me to put that in front of y'all? Pause. Video after video. They definitely in the wrong. A few of the videos have minimum context, but you can see and identify what it is you're seeing and identifying. Instantly on time. People who have a preset position come in and start speaking against every video they see, and then start to pit black people against black people with their comments instantly. Start to talk about the behavior of black people instantly. It was like clockwork. It was like clockwork. Put that together, y'all could see it. Is it the truth though? Is it a narrative? How easy was it for me to paint that picture? 5 videos. At least I gave y'all 5 videos. What about when he only give you 1? What about when the preacher only give you 1 verse, then tell you his opinion for an hour straight? Where's the truth at? Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Aaron with the $2 says, the coons got no excuses. These are all recent. Yeah, those are recent. All of it. Living humbly. What up, kid? With the $5 says, what it do, Hamp in chat? Support for the show. Thank you, man. Hopefully I can reach that goal, man. Aaron with the $2 says, I've been white fatigued since the pandemic. Aaron with the $2 says, he hate the kids because he don't know who he is. Okay, that was the other one. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most, man. I love my brother Bashara. What up? Insane, what up? TMKC, salute. Look how easy that is, man. What's the truth, though? Where's the propaganda? How many videos do you need to skew your view, and then now that's your reality? How often does that happen with us? When do we accept it? When do we push back at it? When do we assess it? When do we say, okay, there's a problem, we fix it? Narratives, it's easy. Propaganda, easier. The truth, damn near impossible, bro. Perfect. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend, man. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most.
Trying to feel me, nigga. Politics as usual.
All right. You know we ain't done with DC, man. This clip is a little bit older, but it kind of just formulates like what it is that we looking at, right? About the stance that's being taken and what's really going on and how things are going to be handled.
Because it's the only language they understand, but they fought back against until you knock the hell out of them, because it's the only language they understand, but they fought back against law enforcement last night. And they're not going to be fighting back long, because I've instructed them and told them whatever happens, you know, they love to spit in the face of the police as the police are standing up there in uniform. They're standing and they're screaming at them an inch away from their face. And then they start spitting in their face. And I said, you tell them, you spit and we hit. And they can hit real hard. It's a disgusting thing. I've watched that for years, for 3-4 years. I've watched them. The police are standing, and they're told, don't do anything under any search. So and you can see they want to get at it. And they're standing there, and people are spitting in their face, and they're not allowed to do anything. But now they are allowed to do whatever the hell they want. This dire public safety crisis stems directly from the abject failures of the city's local leadership. The radical left city council adopted no cash bail. By the way, until you knock the hell out.
Officers that enhance.
Some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, folks. So again, after all the rhetoric, take a look at what DC Mayor Muriel Bowser just said.
We greatly appreciate the surge of officers that enhance what MPD has been able to do in this city. The most significant thing that we are highlighting today is the area of crime that was most troubling for us in 2023. Now, we have driven it down over the last years, but for carjackings, the difference between this period, this 20-day period of this federal surge and last year represents a 87% reduction in carjackings in Washington, D.C. We know that when carjackings go down, when the use of gun goes down, when homicide or robbery go down, neighborhoods feel safer and are safer. So this surge has been important to us for that reason.
Ah, isn't that funny? So now it's effective. Now he's...
What happened? What happened? What y'all think happened? She keeping it tall? Is she pandering? She trying to save her job? What happened? What y'all take? I'm trying to look in the chat and see.
National asset is an important asset, something that the district will be able to support. It's a chief just mentioned, work with us is local control of our public safety.
President Trump had said in prior days that he may look at a national emergency to keep the surge going, and then recently said that he doesn't think that is necessary. Do you think this is going to end after 30 days? And if it has been successful, do you want it to end after 30 days?
What we want is local control of our public safety ecosystem, and that includes deployment of officers. And we want federal officers that work in coordination with us, DEA, ATF, FBI, who, as the chief just mentioned, work with us on major crime issues all the time. And our officers are familiar with working with them, and they have been helpful in the field.
And after 30 days?
I think we're going to have officers, and we want officers. We want to enhance our officer presence.
And for the chief, the chairman of the Government Oversight Committee, Comer, sent a letter to you recently asking for all kinds of things, all kinds of records, and for transcribed interviews with 7 MPD commanders. Are you cooperating with that? How is that going?
We will cooperate. We have been cooperating, and we will continue to cooperate.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yep.
The mayor, could you say why you believe the Trump administration exerting greater control over Union Station would be a good thing?
They own Union Station. It's owned by the Department of Transportation. And it will be a good thing because that station has suffered from needing, some say $12 billion, but let's call it at least $8 billion worth of investment in the renovation. And that is not something that the district will be able to support. It is an important regional asset, it's an important asset for the Eastern Seaboard, it's an important asset for the nation. So it is appropriate, in my view, for the federal government to make the necessary investments in the transformation of Union Station.
Do you know whether or not they plan to make those investments?
I don't. It's not in any current budgets, and it hasn't been for as long as I've been familiar with the plans. It has suffered from not being able to get the money that it needs for the renovation.
What y'all think? Let me know. She in DC, right? A lot of things. I mean, all of DC is federal, right? Even though you have the local, DCPD, right? Union Station, I mean, it's DC is one of the most transient places, in the United States for sure. But Union Station is all right. It just got a lot of bums and shit. I never really seen a whole lot happening, but there's a lot of vacancies in there. There's probably 10 places where there's no type of restaurant or anything in there because there is like a level of people who are impoverished or poor or homeless kind of in and around the station. Just because, it's a huge open area where it's warm or it's air conditioned and shit like that. But what y'all think? Did she have to admit it? Now watch this. Did she have to admit that the influx makes a difference to the quality of life for the people who are not committing crimes or outside doing foolish things? Did she have to say what it is? Or is she pandering? Is she being honest? Is she being truthful? Right? What do you guys think? I've seen several people say, hey, I can walk around with my chains on. I can walk around with my necklace on. Now, the cops is everywhere. You see them out here. I don't got to tuck my chain anymore. Are people actually feeling safer? And I think he had on a I forget what type of chain. It was one of the popular groups. I'm telling you, and here's the thing, right? With that police presence, it makes it just by proxy of them standing there, right? Certain people, certain levels of criminal aren't going to be deterred, right? Shit gonna happen, but it hasn't been happening. Do we have to be honest? We're trying to really understand. For me, with several daughters and all that, right? And the kids take public transportation in DC. And now you don't got a bunch of people standing out front of the liquor store or 7-Eleven, which makes it uncomfortable for people who are more vulnerable. What do we really need to say? That it's effective, although there are residual effects. Is that fair? There's going to be people that are going to get caught up in the wash. Exactly, Tarus. I talk to my peeps out there. They like, yo, it's more comfortable for me. I ain't riding dirty. I'm not selling drugs. I'm not. People get caught up. People gonna get accosted. That has has lingering effects, right? Being in handcuffs, putting it back in the car. You know, shit like that. I saw the lawyer. He just went to arraignment, right? And then I saw the 20 motherfuckers who got arrested that had drugs and guns and butter on them too. So how do you chalk this up? Who's influencing the kids? Who do the kids look up to and look at? Ain't nothing free. Ain't nothing free. Now, if this is an acute thing, as soon as they leave, it's gonna go crazy. Like how when it gets cold and then spring hits and niggas start wilding. I understand that. That's gonna suck. But right now, in this compact picture, she had to tell the truth. And people on the ground are saying it. KG is a he's a security guard in Navy Yard, and he's saying it. Me and Strada standing outside talking to the a security guard of a lounge. He's saying it. The city has been ruined by the crime. So and this is the thing, right? See, this is twofold. When we like it, we riding. When we don't like it, but it is probably necessary, we push back against it. But that's how I know we really don't take shit serious, because we can barely make concessions when we don't agree. We never make concessions when we don't agree, when we're wrong, right? Especially when you look at a thing objectively, we it's like impossible for us to do it. Most of us. We will see, but let's hope that this is a lingering effect positively. Because shit get real quick, and nobody ever think they're gonna be the victim. Every time I ever left my house with anything on me, I never thought that I wasn't gonna make it back home. God willing, I have. The people who end up dead or in jail never think that's gonna happen to them. Shit get real quick. So I just wish that we could sustain this. I'm not sure, but people are overwhelmingly saying they feel better. I got a cookout. We sold 1,000 tickets next Saturday. People flying in from everywhere. Ticket sales was slower. JC, what up, kid? Ticket sales was slower. But now our people from Florida saying, yo, we was coming anyway, but we just saw this shit wilding. But based on the reports on the ground, we saying we good. I'm on the way. Stop focusing on Trump. Because I think that's what happens. We can't see shit. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. EP with the $2. I'm late, but I'm here. What's goody, Hamp? What's goody, EP? Good to see you, my G. Mr. Gary Grant, what's popping with its $5 in Canadian? Says, black folks' weakness is they let people words get them out of pocket. Nobody words are more important than your freedom or money. Big up, Hamp. Salute, Mr. Grant. You know, we hear this oftentimes, right? But you actually saw the opposite in those videos I played. He was called nigger. I'ma hang you. People are choosing their livelihoods over their respect quite often, right? And I commend them for having that ability, you know, in terms of just being able to have that. Okay, what do I prioritize in that moment, you know? But I'd also have this carnal feeling in me that this money turns us into cowards too. So I'm in a bit of a conundrum there. I understand why people make that decision, you know, but it hurts my feelings when they do so. It's disheartening, you know? And because I saw that man walking away after saying, I'm gonna hang you, I saw how it hurt his soul. Because you know what? That's hurtful. Words hurt. I asked the brothers on the panel one time, Mr. Grant, I said, let me ask you a question. You rather get punched in the face by Mike Tyson or have your wife or girlfriend tell you the last dude she was with had better dick than you? The brother said, now that you put it like that,
Put him in the fucking bed and get him out of here. Come
on. But I catch your drift. Yo, my brother Black. We're trying to meet that goal, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. I'm going to go ahead and let Mike Tyson punch me in my shit. Pause. All right, so I definitely want to drop the link so we can have a conversation about all these things for sure. I just gotta go over one last thing, man. So like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most.
Ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? What's going on? What's going on? Rockefeller. Steady. Are you ready? Are you ready? What's going on?
So we had this show say, yo, we don't take shit serious. And I'm dead set on that. And it gives me extreme cause for pause. We don't care about nothing but what we care about. We don't care about the kids. We don't care about relationships. We don't care about community. We don't care about the culture. Everything a joke to us. Everything is feelings rooted to us. Hence why Mr. Grant sends a super chat like that. If it doesn't serve me, if it's not self-serving, I'm less likely to be for it. If I don't like how it makes me feel, I can't see past my feelings. I'm selfish. We selfish. It's serious until it goes against what I initially thought, and then I can't hear you after that. I don't like it, so I can't consider it. You can't tell me at that point that's a serious person. Let me show y'all this, man. Hit the like button, hit the like button, hit the like button. Salute to the 300 people in the building. Please hit the like button. That helps the channel the most. This is the lightest topic of the day. When we first started out. Buzz, think about a people that made it cool to be late. Think about a people that made it cool to be late. Think about a people that made it cool to be late. Think about a people that made it cool to be late. Think about a people that made it cool to be fucking late. With this poor behavior. Do we excuse it? Do we call it out?
We definitely don't hold each other accountable for a lot of bullshit. We'll just look past it and keep it moving and just put it on, oh, that's him or that's how he act overall. So, I mean, I understand where you're coming from with it, but I don't think it's...
Subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Let me see in the chat real quick. Almanaz was popping. Ninja Cool, I see you. Was goody. My brother James in the building. VZ in the building. Forward up. Salute. Melly Mel was didn't work. That's all. Everything's everything. Market. You see the title, man. What's your first thought, Mr. Fantastic? Let's get it popping, man.
Hey, man, what's up? Niggas gonna nigga, man.
I think it's a false equivalency when we try to draw a delineation between niggas and black people. Is it niggas up here right now or black people up here?
No, it's black. It's mostly black people with nigga tendencies.
Now, you already told me you was coming off of school and all that, right? But why is CP time a thing? Let's start there. We always late and we try to make it cool. What's cool about not being on time? What's cool about not being prepared? What's cool about not being ready? And how does that not correlate to where we are in the earth in terms of ranking?
That's all the things, man. That's culture. That's black culture. That's non-whiteness. That's cool. That's fucking You know, that's Riz, that's swag, that's whatever. The fashion be late, all that bullshit. It's negativity, man. That's what it is.
Nigga activity, but that's the thing. Color people time, black people fashionably late. Like you said, it's bullshit. I just think I'm not saying you doing it, but I think it's disingenuous when we try to say that's nigga shit and black shit, but black people do the nigga shit, right? Because nigga shit is ignorance, right? Anybody can do ignorant shit. Black people stay doing nigga shit.
Yeah, but I think it's a delineation, right? You said so there's degrees of everything. So there's speeding, right? 5 miles over, and then there's reckless driving. I think it's 30 or over in most places. Yeah. So if you're here to where every now and again and so on and so forth, but if that's the standard, I think that's where we start drawing the line, because black people understand you have to have a certain level of professionalism, and things are going to be accepted or not, right? You can't get away with it, but niggas don't care. It never registers the niggas. They don't operate within that realm.
I know. I can't. What I'm saying is, and said, correct me if I'm wrong, I can't really tell the difference. There's too many of us with this poor behavior. I don't. So right, like I don't understand the disposition. Right. Shout out to Tiff. Right. We family. What is she shaking her head about? Nothing has been said to shake our head about. Everybody up here should be nodding our head because we know that this is bullshit. I must be misunderstanding, right? But when you're engaged in a conversation, you participate. And it's just subtle stuff. Right? Soon as Tiff copped on the camera, she was shaking her head. Because Mr. Fantastic made a delineation between black people and niggas. Right? That's that. And when Tiff jumped in, she was already shaking her head. I'm like, what? And now I disagree because I didn't really disagree with him emphatically, but I think that we say that just in terms of a really a disingenuous separation. But there's nothing cool about being late. I'm trying to figure out, like, we make these justifications for shit. Mr. Fantastic, what he said was in hyperbole. Being on time is whiteness. Right? Being on time is respect. Being on time is professional. We also need to say shit like stop saying that person talks white. No, I speak grammatically accurate. And I at time use slang to accentuate or properly punctuate or to convey a thought clearly. Right? Because there's way more hillbilly white people who don't speak half as well as I do. And when we start talking about standing up for black people, standing up for our culture, I like the movie 12 Years a Slave because it has a real depiction of, I think, of how things happened in that time. But people were overwhelmingly well-spoken, right? Because it's about education. We try to make things cool that ain't cool, that aren't getting us where we need to go. When we talk about who's sticking up for what, prove it. What are we actually sticking up for? What have you done in a community? Who have you put your neck on the line for? What have you tried to change? Who have you edified? What groups have you started? Who did you protect? Who did you correct? Who did you sacrifice for? What have you risked? I don't want to hear that shit about I'm sticking for what? What? With what? Prove it. Prove it. I got a bunch of hyperbolic situations I can name. And that ain't even what it's all about. It don't gotta be no dangerous game. It don't gotta be none of that. But where you sacrificing time at for real? You sticking up for black. Prove it. I call 10 players right now that I coach, changing their lives. One of them, his house got shot up. I had to go pick him up. He slept at my house that day. Another one, I just had to show up at his class every Friday to make sure he had his progress report filled out, and he was sitting in the front. One of them, it's just a phone call. How you doing, Trevor? You good? How your little ugly ass girlfriend? She good? How your pigeon-toed mom? She good? Another one wanted to become a Q. Coach, can you write me a recommendation? Sure. Another one got arrested, needed community service hours. But since I own a business, I wrote the letter for him, gave him the 50 hours, and I actually made him work for me, though. Don't talk that shit, man. How much we care. Prove it. Let me show y'all this. I don't even know if I want to show this, honestly. I think I said what I needed to say. Mayo Monkey with a $10 says, rigid time constraints were listed in the Smithsonian African American Museum as being aspects of whiteness. Well, that's stupid. Let me pull that up. I just want to see. Homeboy Blaze with the $10 says, Shalom. I love this energy. Salute, my G. Especially from someone who cares. It forces us to look in the mirror, which is needed. The Most High gave you a special gift. Keep grinding. Thank you, my brother. I love you. Hey, somebody send me this. Hey, Mail, send me this. Or I need to see this. Because it's stupid. To your point. Hey, yo, Court, what's good? This was my brother Courtney Eggers' show, man. Impress, drop his link in the chat. He was on, this might be risky on a Wednesday. He did a hell of a job. He was at the summit, podcast summit, pouring in and investing in his business. At the very least, we could drop his link to see if we can get some subscribers. He goes live Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and wherever the hell he wants to. Appreciate you. My brother Fo with the renewal.
What up, buzzing, bird flipping dozen. Holla at your boy, you thought your cousin was.
So my brother Fo renewing that membership. We're about to get busy in a second. The nameless protagonist with the $5. The cost-benefit analysis behind choosing self-interest is largely due to having to people having in spite of rather than because of groups they are assigned. I like that a lot. There's with the $5. Just supporting the goal. Keep doing the damn thing. Thank you. Let's see if we can hit the goal. I need that. Let me just Google it because that's interesting. Mail. Vet life. Salute, Hamp, bro. This is a cookout. Good job with the breakdowns and holding all sides feet to the fire. We need ish like this. It's called critical thinking. Perfect. It's a fact, right? And here's the thing. We don't control. We are unaware of our body language. Right? And we need to realize that all these things matter. We're not processing. Right? We're not taking care of how we convey ourselves. Right? Don't make late cool. Don't give nobody a reason. Let me let me do I need to search this. I want to see this. Right? Newsweek. Hold on. Newsweek whiteness. Whiteness Smith. Newsweek whiteness. Let me see. Newsweek. The Smithsonian Race Guidelines. Rational thinking and hard work are white values. What? Okay. Let me read this aloud, okay? The Smithsonian National Museum of American History and Culture recently unveiled guidelines for talking about race. A graphic displayed in the guidelines entitled Aspects and Assumptions of Whiteness in the United States declares rational thinking and hard work, among others, are white values. Okay. So it absolutely doesn't say that at all, right? Essentially. So it's talking about stereotypes based on race, right? This is how people see people regardless of what is actually true. Here's the stereotypes, right, that are gathered from a time and place in which people likely who were able to kind of come up with these guidelines had control to do so. In the section, the Smithsonian declares that objective, rational, linear thinking, quantitative emphasis, hard work before play, and various other values are aspects and assumptions of whiteness. The Smithsonian National Museum of African American History and Culture had no comment for Newsweek. They referred to the website page titled Whiteness. When asked for additional comment, the graphic was later removed from the page. Yeah, it's removed from a misunderstanding, right? Yeah, so okay. All right, that makes sense. How he said it is misleading, but I understand what's being said and what the assumptions are about typical race behavior or culture, right? And I'm glad that he shared it, because here it is, right? The poster that was up. And what did we just say? We try to make being late cool. So when they make the assumption, it correlates with the fact that we try to make being late cool. These are misconceptions, however, I hope. And then when I'm fighting about being late, we still man the argument. But here's the poster. So it's just saying like what they liken to certain races of people, and then what they'll say about the other race. And I just hate the fact that color people time is something we laugh about, because then it furthers these assumptions and stereotypes. But it was said incorrectly. They make these positive traits equivalent with whiteness. But here's the fucking problem. Black people say shit like you talk white. We just had a conversation. I want my man to be thug adjacent. We say shit like, now, camping is for white people, so I like that one. Our comedians joked about it forever. We don't care if we get fired. We know how to get fired. Late to work, call out sick. We are loud as fuck with these things. And then when they come up with an assumption, let's prove it wrong. It's hard to do so when we stand on shit like color people time. So y'all love camping, huh? Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend, man. Hit that like button right now if you can. that helps the channel the most. Let me tell you this. I'm gonna drop the link. If not, I get my brother Fo up here. We'll get it popping right now. You know, I ain't tripping. I've been up here for 2 hours. I think we did a fine job. I really appreciate y'all for being here. Salute to the 300 people that was in the building. We had a dope cook up. You understand? Narrative, propaganda. Where's the truth at? Here's what I'm gonna say. These chairs and these computers make us think that we doing something, and it does have its effects. But if you really feel strongly about this shit, you gotta go outside. You gotta be able to prove it. You heard? I think I seen somebody in the chat. Somebody, I think maybe Tiff said, I make people uncomfortable. No, you don't. I don't care about what you saying. We on the street. Read this, read that. Do this. They say, yo, y'all shut the fuck up. Cross the street. Cross the street. Come on. It ain't gonna go how you think it's gonna go. We canvassing with the kids. We selling these little $10 cards. The dude from Best Buy. Don't come in Best Buy. Fuck out of here. Me yelling at them kids. They with me. You want to talk to somebody? Talk to me. They canvassing trying to get more jerseys for the whatever. Making nobody uncomfortable. Aaron was popping.
What's up, man? You know, I love this conversation. It's something that I've said forever. Black people don't take themselves seriously. We're far too cavalier with ourselves. And I mean, look, I'm gonna have to do it. Even with the camp, I get it. We all need to joke sometimes. But even with the camping joke, that's bullshit. Because if 2053 is real, and we're gonna be the permanent unclass, you niggas better start liking fucking camping, because it's gonna be your fucking life. See what I mean? Like, we don't take even shit like that seriously, and the white man is. They're out here getting these survival skills, and when they need it, which they will have it. We will not. We will perish. What the fuck are we doing?
Yeah. Yeah, maybe that's my mistake. Cause I just went to I just did the hunting and then learning how to dress the deer, you know, specifically. Yep. And then we did like survival tactics, the fires and things of that nature. So I just did that, you know. Just because how do you save yourself?
Right.
You know? So and it was super informative, right? It's actually more intuitive than I thought.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like the gut bag is the gut bag.
Right.
You know what I mean? But you're not even thinking, right? You know? And then
you better not pierce that motherfucker.
Yeah, you can't pierce it. Where you hit the deer at matters, right? You mess up your food, and then even cutting into it, the right knife matters.
Yep.
So much of that, right? Actually starting a fire, right? When you don't have those things that they have on Survivor.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like magnesium and shit. Although you probably want to have that type of stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know?
Just friction. Where you gonna get water from?
Yeah, where you gonna get water? What needs to be boiled? Even up the rainwater, like all of it, you know? How do you keep yourself warm?
Right.
You figure out, oh, me snuggling up with Aaron and Tarus ain't gay, nigga. We cold.
There you go. Ain't no pause about it. Exactly. Exactly.
We got a spoon, guys.
I'm the big spoon. Who's next? We gotta survive.
Crazy.
It's crazy, but you know, like,
yeah. Mm-hmm.
But see, I can say these things because not only have I trained for it, I've lived it. So, like, the things that the black community have to take seriously, we don't take seriously because we have the luxury not to do so. And once that luxury goes away, we'll perish right along with it.
Yeah, man. Real shit. Real shit. Now look. All right now, Rainbow nigga. All right now. You see, you taking this. See, Rainbow fuck up. See, you know what? Never mind. And tell that nigga face that way, nigga. Face that way. But yo, real shit though, man. Like, I just looking at it like it's easy to propagandize narratives, all this, and when we don't like it, Tarus, we gotta keep it honest though, right? I know you deep into politics, understanding the nuances, right? But I think I even see you in the chat like, yo, 30 days is 30 days. You know, like you gotta acknowledge the positives in it, even if you don't, you know what I mean? You kind of understanding the nuances of it. Go ahead.
Hamp, you, Aaron, Tiff, y'all know exactly how I feel about the National Guard in the bigger picture.
Mm-hmm.
But when we get into the specifics, every single metric that we care about has dropped. You got to come up here and admit that in this specific case, it's working. Straight up. Everybody knows how I feel about it, but at the end of the day, in this specific case in DC, it's working. That's how you got to keep it real, Hamp. You know what I mean?
What's working?
The influx
National
of
Guard presence in DC right now, as of right now, it's working.
Yeah.
You know, I think again, Hamp, I'm in the chat. At the end of the day, I'm doing like nitpick shit. Like, I don't like seeing my National Guard out here picking up trash and doing landscaping.
Yeah.
You get what I mean? Like we got small businesses that are missing out on contracts that could do that. Like,
Yeah.
You get what I mean? I don't like seeing that shit. But the big picture reason for why they're there, shoot.
Yeah.
What can I say except?
Yeah, but Tarus, you know, it's funny, but I appreciate it. Is even a nitpicking, like you nitpicking, like why they gotta pick up the trash?
Yeah, I know it's some pet peeve shit. It don't really matter, you know. What I mean?
Nah, that's real, man, and I just see it, you know, and I think the more truth that gets out here, even when opposing sides, I think we get a better baseline. But when we are willfully obtuse or ignorant or don't want to admit or make a concession, the conversation stays superficial. You know?
Absolutely.
Damn. Tiff, what's good? You're on mute. There you go.
I came up to give you some bad body language. I'm late because you dropped the stream a couple minutes ago, and you see I had to go run and put on a jacket.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm gonna be on time on Tuesday because I can respect the lateness thing. I just don't want it to be associated with Black people because Black folks be on time. I have an issue when we put all of us in one group. Black people are not a monolith. And we're the only people that we want to take the worst of us and be like, that's Black people. Like, no, that's not. It's some bad behavior that needs to be addressed. But in mass, absolutely not. Secondly, camping is life.
Wait. Well, first things first. You always late.
So I acknowledged it, said I'm gonna correct the behavior, and now I'm gonna be shamed for it. You can't shame me what I just said. I said I see your point. I hear you. Know what? Let me not be a part of the problem, brother. Let me not be. If I'm gonna be what people don't be, I'm gonna be on time, Hamilton.
But we always
no more. You ain't got you gotta give me a chance.
Well, no, that's you. But I'm saying that we came up with CP time.
I don't know who we is. We didn't do that. That might be
Black people came up with CP time.
Can we prove that?
Yes.
I'll do some research.
We champion dumb shit. No snitching, stop snitching, all that. We are about to go to hell in a handbasket. And I told men, You need to consider dating women with children, especially as you get older, based on the numbers, right? And then I say, hey, women, there's already the disparity, and since you are race loyal as you claim, you have to consider other ways in which you get in the confines of marriage, because the marriage part is significant and matters. I said that baby mama shit, you was with me. I said the polygyny shit, you fought against it vehemently because you feel a certain way, and how it was laid out wasn't in a way in which it was carnal. It wasn't about having sex with a bunch of women at all. It's about pooling resources, having people under one roof that have committed to a construct that we have seen people thrive in, and we have seen people transfer their wealth in, right?
We've seen polygyny work
Yeah, we've seen polygyny work.
with Black people.
What are black? You saying Black American? You saying capital B Black?
Like Black Americans, because when you're saying
No, we haven't used it in mass, but we see it with the brothers, and we see it with the Muslims, right? So I'm hold on, so you can jump right in, right? So I'm saying, what are we going to consider to get ourselves out of this potential hole that's going to that we're not going to be able to get out of? And because it was women tied to one man, the right man, the man that understands it, you couldn't see it.
No, what
Because we selfish. That's why.
No, I'm not selfish. I said that there are plenty of unmarried men and women, and let's get all of those people married, and then the ones that are left over, the 7 women that were bad people, that's when we can have that conversation. But fundamentally, right now, we have several unmarried men and women that those people can be in community and in tribe, and they can create families. Let's get that popping.
Yeah, we 100% understood that, Tiff. Okay. However, the point is that there's still several leftover people that won't have a mate, right? And so that's the population in which we're addressing. You see?
And I hear you, but my other question is, if you are going to be in community and in tribe, like women live longer than their spouses, right? So, God forbid.
She broke up for y'all too, also?
Yeah, I thought that was me. Yeah, okay. Shoot.
Cool. Go ahead, Truth.
Yeah, that conversation you was having about the polygamy was very interesting the other day. I was kind of understanding from the aspect of the overall conversation about taking it seriously. I think one crucial aspect you forgot to put into this scenario, Hamp, which is going to be any scenario, is that this revolves around the fact that in an apocalypse or a war scenario, most of the men, including fighting age males, are dead. Right. So there's a lot of guys out here who are currently single who think they're going to be able to marry a bunch of women, but you'll probably be one of the dead ones. You'll probably die on the initial judgment day, or whenever the initial conflict happens, right? Especially if you're in a high urban area, it's already going to be hard enough for you to get out of. And then and then for most single males, let's be clear, Hamp, we've already gone through the statistics. Unmarried single men don't have a lot of assets, which means you don't have a lot to offer women. Women are going to flock to the people who already got homes, who are outside the area. They're going to try to build their assets to those sort of families that are already established. They're not messing with any single man in the urban environment. That was just one of the things I wanted to bring into that aspect, because a lot of guys think, in this scenario, I'm going to be able to, there's going to be a bunch of women on the
No, hell no.
No, there's not.
Yeah. It's definitely the men who, in truth, I think we can agree on this word, qualified. Right? The man has to be qualified. You know, and the thing about it is, in this particular construct, the women have resources, just like the women say they have resources. They're not coming empty-handed. Right. So it's a pooling of, let's say, average resources to now max out. Right. So, and you live in a way in which you can max out. Right. So if me, you, and Aaron move in together, we don't get a 10,000 square foot house. We get the same house you in, and everybody got a room. You see? and now we could pay that house off quickly, invest this, that, and the third, you know. So that's the understanding. And those men that have more than one need to understand it from those type of aspects. The sexual part is probably the least of the reason.
Right.
Because it's going to get real fast. And we know that women are at a deficit in comparison to men, just based off all the shit we can do to generate money, right? You know what I mean? Like if something happened right now, Tarus, I can say, hey, Tarus, I need help on this move job. You see what I mean? Just little stuff like that, you know?
But Hamp, and here's the part that makes you, Aaron, you know what, screw it, me, other guys in our position, a lot of the single men don't realize something that we know inherently that's biological about women. They're attracted to those who can protect them. Survival of the fittest. And in a desperate situation, they're going to be attracted to whoever that person is in that territory, that land, that home. They're not going to be attracted to somebody who can't protect them, who doesn't have a safe, who can't put a roof over their head. Hamp, who can't come out with a gun if some people come knocking on the door.
Yeah.
Right? Because women are still community based. And so, yeah, they'll pull their assets together knowing that they can go to this specific sanctuary, put their head down at night and know nothing's going to happen to them in the middle of the night. They can't do that with no random dude with no assets or nothing to his name already. Because in this desperate situation, the person with the assets already has the biggest advantage. And then it's about whether you can keep it. Well, if I got more people coming to my little property, that increases my chances of keeping it.
Hell yeah. Sis, we can't see you. Let me see. Maybe she don't know. Hold on. Let me kick her. Aaron, you got anything on that? I mean, that's written, and that's the breakdown, you know. And I appreciate the, you know, how you expounded on it, because that's really what we're talking about, man. You know, like in a dire straits, right? You want to get with people that are thinking the same, right? Willing to sacrifice the same, willing to put themselves aside, because that's what's going to need to happen. So, yeah, it's definitely tough. Aaron, you got anything on that?
I mean, nothing major, right? Like, I'm not going to push back. I mean, there's nuances, I think, and you just covered it. You know, the willingness to sacrifice, the willingness to, you know what I mean, the intangibles and shit. As long as we, you know, stay true to those things as well. What he's saying is true. It's not a complete oversimplification, but I'm not going to push back on it. You know what I mean? There's more to
Aaron,
it. But
it's
yeah, no,
definitely
100%.
simplification, bro. But you know what I mean. You know
Yeah, no, exactly. And I'm glad you understand what I'm saying. Yeah. So yeah, no, we 100%.
Go ahead, Tiff. You had got cut off.
Yeah, I just have a question and a point, right? So I am a first wife. I'm married. If something were to happen, one, I do have family, I would be more than willing to go under a banner of an uncle, a cousin, a close family friend. I don't need to be a wife to be protected and to be in tribe and to be useful to a set. I don't need to do that. So to me, especially if you already are bringing children into it, then your primary focus should be raising your kids within tribe, within influence, within leadership. That doesn't require you to get married to somebody. That's not a thing. Secondly, if the biggest thing is men need resources, like you just talked about, get together and as brothers, go learn how to camp, go learn how to set a fire. Get these, like we have Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts. I know how to start a fire because I was a brownie. Like there are things that are set up that teach survival skills that we in mass can do for ourselves. The program is there. You can have Black leadership. You can have all Black brownie troops, all Black Boy Scout troops that teach survival skills. And what we need to stop doing is certain things that we want to say are for kids. If we don't know how to do it as adults, then learn like a child. Humble your ego, come into it and say, you know what? I don't know how to start a fire.
Continuing to keep families apart, right? And here's the thing.
I'm not continue to keep them. I'm
Here's
saying
the thing, right?
family, and it does
Yeah,
not have to
no,
be.
we understand it. We understand it, right? Because you think that some
No,
deserved nature of being a first wife or something
no,
like that. The truth is, right?
that's
Because
not what I.
even if you look at the construct in which you are in, right? Your husband stepped up and over to be a second husband,
Okay.
right? Like literally stepped up and over, moved mountains, right? To take on you and your child.
Mm-hmm.
He literally did the thing that you were saying, no, don't go do, women,
Did
right?
he?
But he quite literally did it,
No,
right?
I had a
That
child.
nigga's
He had a child. So we were together.
that nigga's a superhero,
And I, you know what I did? I
right?
had a kid. He had
But
a
that's
kid.
the thing though. So you come, right? You got a woman. She has a kid by another man. That is a feat. That is a
And he had a
mental.
child
That
by
is a
another.
mental. Stop talking while I'm talking. You were done. It's
I
a
was.
mental hurdle that the man has to withstand and overcome. He moved mountains for you. You understand? So now we saying, oh shit, right? Women are race loyal. That's what we keep hearing.
Mm-hmm.
So now there's a limit on these men, and we're talking about the men who can do it, not just Joe Schmo, right? So we're saying, what are the considerations we make so that we don't land in a place of 2053 to where we're at the bottom permanently, right? But we can't see the forest through the trees because we don't like it. But then I said before we had that conversation, men consider women that have children because the kids is fucked up, right? They don't have father figures. A lot of our women have more of our women have children than men. If we discard those women, we in trouble, right? You can nod to that one.
I'm
As
listening.
soon as I say no, I'm saying on Wednesday, you can nod to that one. But when I bring the other side of it, that's adjacent to my recommendation for the men, now we can't hear it. But then I said, men, you're gonna have to be a second husband because she already gave her womb to somebody else.
Okay.
See, we was acting like it was skewed, but it wasn't.
Do I get to respond?
What are you talking about? You don't have to say that. We're having an actual conversation.
No,
So the obvious thing is that you get to respond, right? Once I'm done speaking, you see, right? We don't need to converse. I want to stop doing this, Aaron. So hold me accountable, Aaron. I hate when people start talking about having a conversation about the conversation, right? Obviously, you can respond, right? Once I'm finished talking, you see.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I don't want to do that no Aaron anymore. I'm just saying Aaron Truce because he always up here with me. But if you up here, Truce, and you hear me having a conversation about a conversation like I'm doing now, say, Hamp, shut up. Or Hamp, please be quiet, whatever. I don't like shut up that much. Go ahead, Tiff.
So one,
that's it.
The recommendation that I gave was this. People that don't have kids and don't want to be with people that don't have kids, that's a thing. I had a child, he had a child. We both came in with one child. I have never said, don't date people with kids, don't be stepmoms. I don't believe in the stepmom thing. If you have a person that has children prior to marriage, when you get married, those are your kids. Those are your children. And I don't believe in individualism at all. I think what has happened as we as a community, we want to take care of our kids in our house when we have to be communal. So I have no problem if my husband has to go and volunteer, goes to do things. If I need to go and do things, we have to show up for our community. We don't have the benefit or the luxury to just be for our family. That to me is selfish. So if more people like you gentlemen up here, that you are righteous men, that you do the right thing, the more impact that you have with fatherless children, the more impact they have. I know because I was a single mother, and there were plenty of brothers that stepped up for my son. And then when I got married, they worked in community with my husband. There are multiple ways to create tribe and family. And I can say, yes, we can be inventive. And what I said is, it's not going to work for me. But if there are women that they want and they can share a husband, and the husband has the finances and the capacity and the proclivity to love multiple women in the same way, then God bless them in that family, and we will be there to support them in any way that we can. In any way that we can.
Okay. So one thing, right? it's a false equivalency when we say a man has a kid and a woman has a kid. We already know that, right? Those things aren't a one. Those things aren't a one-to-one. So let's go ahead and throw out that because we already know that it's not true, right? And then you were saying it's not for you. Why? What makes you so special? What makes you so different?
Because
Right?
my marriage that I got into is a monogamous.
No. We're saying what about you makes you so special that a woman of your archetype, listen to me closely, because I allowed you not to answer my first question in totality. So now this part, right?
Yeah.
What makes that archetype not open to a polygynous relationship when shit is about to hit the fan? What's so special about that archetype?
My archetype is me. It would not behoove or beneficial for another woman to be anywhere in the picture. So you can tear up this marriage, or you can say, oh, we'll share. No, that's not it. And I don't have to. I don't have to do that. I stood and took a vow to my husband that
I'm gonna now this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna ask you again. And then I'm gonna make sure you answer the question, or I'm just gonna hit the mute button, right? So here's what my question was, right? What about that archetype, right?
Definitely not talking.
What about that archetype, right?
I don't know what archetype you're asking. I
So-
can respond for being.
Yeah, so so we got average women, right? In terms of like average looks, right?
I'm not
average disposition.
I'm not
right. Have one child, right? Has a good family, comes from a good dad, a good mom, right? Has a good upbringing, understands wifely duties. I saw it in real time, right? So now, but you got to add in all of it. You do have an average disposition, right?
Not really.
And based on even how you ranked yourself, Tiff, when we ask you, what do you put yourself on a scale of 1 to 10? You gave yourself a 6, I think, a
6.
5.
We can't use 7. I said 6 because we couldn't use 7.
Which is average. So I'm not just talking. I'm literally going off of what's been said. So what makes that archetype saying we are about to be in dire straits? We have to consider different things to bring our families back together, because right now what we're doing aren't working. So I recommended, hey, we can't just cast away women with children. Remember? And I said, what about the different constructs of marriage? You know? So what makes that woman in that archetype say no, absolutely not?
So, you know what? Let me use history.
Go ahead.
So LDS, most of these things that we see where there are multiple wives, polyamorous situations like in Utah, they typically are rivet with abuse to either women and or the children. Those marriages and those societies, which is why I asked you, how does it look with Black people? Because I don't know how we would do it. They have a proclivity to do weird things. But
Who
I'm
are you
saying,
talking about this? Sorry, who are you talking about?
So LDS, Latter-day Saints.
You can't use them. That construct is
the only example that I have to see.
100%.
You get what I'm saying? So I say, what would that look like with us?
Real quick though, but it's again, you're drawing false. It's that you can't draw the correlation, right? So because they also, I'm gonna tell you why. Because they also do not recognize adolescence. Okay. You see, so whenever those girls start to bleed, they can marry them.
Right.
Right. And oftentimes there's one leader who's making these decisions. The fathers are removed from the decision-making process, and they're allowed to just take those little girls, right? That's not what happens biblically. The father is always involved, right? It even acknowledges adolescence in the Bible, in the book of Numbers. When they're trying to go to war, they bring the boys who are 21 and older. You see, because now they ready, you know? So that's the thing. So I just don't want you to think that that's the construct. Well, that's not the construct. Also, these men are qualified to have multiple wives. Those men think because they're men, they should have multiple wives. Also, in their book, black skin is a curse.
Right.
So don't predicate anything that I'm recommending off of what they do over there.
So what did I say? One, I have never seen it.
That was a breakdown more for everybody too, Tiff, not just you. I just
no,
want to make sure people understood
I
that.
got
You know
you.
what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I don't
You know,
take
the
it.
book of Zephi, if y'all want to look at it particular, well, y'all don't care that much. My bad. Go ahead.
One, what I'm saying is I would need to see an example. I don't believe in recommending things that I personally would not participate in. And if it works, what was the caveat? I said, you know what? I was absolutely wrong for shooting it down immediately. I said, if that works for that man and that woman, then God bless them and the multiple wives. But as for this house and the vows that we took, no. And I don't think I should have to explain myself. I am married, like married in a church under God's law and authority. Beyond that, I'm not explaining my vows. My vows are to keep them. But beyond that, I didn't sign up for multiple wives. I'm not, did not, and I don't think that's anything my husband would want to participate in.
Good. I think that's fair, except for when we join a conversation and we're having a conversation about constructs, right? So I'm trying to understand. So like me, I know I'm a 4 on the scale of 1 to 10, right? I got blessed, you know. But if I was outside, I wouldn't just say, hey, at 38 years old, I'm not considering women with children, because I'm looking at proper options. And I actually give a fuck about these young boys shooting, killing, robbing, and stealing. And I know men impact them, you know? So that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
You know, you see what I mean? I'm married, but I can have the conversation in terms of my archetype. Because we're critically thinking about a thing that is plaguing us. Lamar, what's popping? Berlin, salute, my G. What's up, Lamar?
Everything is good. If my mic is okay?
Yeah, it's always good. You always ask, you know, it's perfect.
No, it's a good conversation, and I want to say hello to the panel.
Yeah.
But I think what Tiffers don't understand that there's multiple religions out there. There's multiple cultures and multiple people and multiple marriages.
I'll be right back.
So, and for her boundaries, she's saying, no, we understand that. But what I'm saying is we kind of already doing it in a way. For example, we might have 2 baby mamas. I don't like the word baby mamas, but we may have to have 4 kids by 2 different women. It's already happening. So I'm not pro polygamy because I'm too dominant. I have a dominant personality. I'm not into sharing, but I'm just saying that this conversation go back in history for a lot of years. There was a country in Europe named Germany, Japan, and Italy. They seen it also. They tried to stop it, but they lost against America, who is a multicultural country. And in the South, when I'm from, they made laws to stop, interracial relationships because they already seen it. Now y'all seeing it, and now we trying to figure out what to do about it. Personally, I don't think we can stop it. I think it's evolution. I think it's I think we're just an organism. We're just going to survive.
And if that's what you want to do, I think that's fine. But I don't think that a person that's vehemently against it, you should not be trying to change their mind. Specifically, people that in the confidence of already being married. Like, if you out there and you got to do what you do, then fine. But the people that are like, nah, it ain't for me, let it be and let it rock.
Yeah, it's your boundaries, and I respect that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate that, Mr. Lamar.
Thank you.
Can I ask the panel a question?
Here we go.
Well, wait,
Hi, how you doing?
no, they agree there, but by all means, ask a question.
Just a simple question. Do we think that Christianity and its marriage ideology is working well for the Black community? Yes or no? Do we think that Christianity and its marriage ideology is working well for the Black community?
Did you repeat the question, or are we getting a reverb?
I think
that was an echo. I thought I was tripping. I was like,
that's such a
somebody sounding just like me.
Yeah.
Somebody might need to mute up.
So
depends.
Ask the question again.
Do we think that Christianity and its marriage ideology is working well for the Black community?
All right. So it sounds like a simple yes or no question. I'll start with, do I think it's working well? Yes. However, the question is flawed in that it assumes it's working across the Black community enough to be effective. but that doesn't mean like, so if only 10% of the black community is applying it, right?
Okay.
And it's not, and it works well for that 10%, the argument can still be made that it's not working well for the black community simply because it's not being applied enough. You get where I'm going?
That's a good point. That's a good point because we are, I think, in America, a lot of fake Christians. I
Right,
think that
exactly, right.
there's nothing. I'm not a Christian, but the Christian handbook and blueprint is a great handbook and blueprint for being a good person, for creating wealth, for creating a family. It's a great blueprint. It just seems that Christians aren't practicing it. Does that make sense?
I think, it makes perfect sense. And I mean, forgive me for editing your question. It's not my intention, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think a better question would be, are biblical principles the best blueprint to support successful marriages among black people in America? Because then you erase all of those different nuances and things that we just kind of quickly hashed out. And if that's what you really intend the question to be, then I'll answer then yes. I think the biblical principles are a successful blueprint, a good blueprint for successful black marriages in America. And like yourself, I mean, I don't claim to be a Christian, although I live by biblical principles. I was raised Seventh-day Adventist, right? And I accept Jesus as the Son of God. So,
okay.
With that being from that perspective,
then
yes.
logically speaking, if we want to get back to Christian doctrine, we have to reject the demonic entertainment that we're consuming. We cannot be going to church 3 hours a week and then for the rest of the week bumping in our headphones demonic music. We can't because it's counterproductive. It is, because I think at our base nature that we've now kind of consumed in the last 40 years, we are hypersexualized in a way that we cannot truly stay faithful on both sides. We don't really want to grow old together. We have ADHD about relationships, and when everyone's talking about demon time and Jezebel spirit, it's absolutely counterproductive to what Christianity is supposed to be putting in your heart to uphold. Does that make sense?
Let me stop. Yeah, no, it makes sense. And let me stop you right there. I'm not disagreeing at all, and I want you to finish your narrative. It's just that you asked the whole panel the question, and I just want to try and allow other people. I see Hamp still on the phone, so I just want to now that we've shored up the question and its parameters, right? Just allow the other three panelists to answer, and then you guys have at it. But I agree with you though.
I think I understand you asked this question in good faith, but this is such a loaded question because it requires me to ignore the fact that if I go to anywhere else on the planet and find black people, I can find them born and raised in their culture, in their nationality, and find dysfunctional families everywhere. It's almost as if the things that plague us is not a black specific thing, but sometimes a universal truth of impoverished communities, right? I can go to a freaking Muslim family right now, or to a predominantly Muslim country and find a crap ton of dysfunctional families. I can go to beautiful Nordic Norway and Sweden and find dysfunctional families. I can go straight to the Middle East. By the way, I don't know if any of y'all saw this. There was some Arab princess that denounced her husband on social media, something like, I denounce you, I denounce you, I denounce, something like that, like 3 times. And that was a big freaking deal because you just don't do those sort of things. And so for her to feel like she has to do those sort of things was a big indictment on that husband. Like, and so I'm not even a Christian. I don't even believe in any of this religious thing, but that's such a loaded question because you'll find failed relationships as much as you'll find successful relationships in any culture. Like that's just.
What was? Sorry, I walked off because somebody baseline.
Yeah. So pretty much the gentleman, I don't see him now. What's his name?
Berlin.
Right. So he posed the question. that pretty much stated are biblical principles a good blueprint for this black people to have successful marriages in America?
Okay.
Is the Bible a good scaffolding or a good thing to follow for
Okay.
black people to be successful maritally? Is pretty much the paraphrase. My answer real quick was yes. And then he started to explain some things that kind of oppose the success of that. But then Tarus answered the question, and since he's here, I'll let him summarize his answer. And then the bottom two panels didn't answer yet. I can't see it.
Personally, I would say yes, because it's one of the only blueprints we have. We have multiple blueprints, but it's the most dominant blueprint that we do have. That's why we have one wives. So it is a blueprint. So unless you come up with a better blueprint, I'm gonna say yes.
Okay. Tiff, is this a good question to hinge the conversation on?
I don't think so. Not at all.
I'm like asking. I'm answering y'all for the baseline, but if it's not,
It's not even a good question. I feel like it was asked to, it's almost like one of those got you type moments. And I think it's rich when people may not necessarily be living the word to then question the word. So I like what Mr. Aaron Antaru said, where if you're not a practicing Christian, or you're not like yourself, where you are literally walking out your word, for me to come back and then try to criticize it is a slap in the face of believers that are doing it. So I'm not answering that question. I'm going to say I see men of God that are in marriages, that are righteous, that are stand up, and they use the book with their family, and it is beneficial.
oh, okay, yeah. I think okay. Go ahead, Aaron.
Oh no, I'm just waving to my people, my neighbors. But no, yeah, Tiff is. That's why I kind of had to clean up the question. I mean, I am myself no perfect follower of the word, but I was raised by it, and those are the principles that guide my life. So yeah, but that was kind of as far as to answer your question about how it relates to the conversation. I just thought it was a good study to really look at another thing that black people don't take seriously, and how Christianity, quote unquote, is one of those things where black people don't take biblical principles seriously, but essentially celebrate or take part in the celebration and pageantry around it to make themselves look better and to perpetrate an image and all these sorts of that. That's kind of where my mind was going with it, but there was no direct connection to the conversation. That's just where I took it, and one of the reasons why I edited the question for him.
Yeah. Okay. So
there's no race-based religion. Like that's the biggest problem with this, with the way the question's framed, Hamp, is there's no, like you can't equate black and Christian or Christian and black the same way you can't equate. I think you can only do one religion that's both considered a religion and an ethnicity. Other than that one, everything itself is a spiritual belief. It's not specific to an ethnicity. You get what I mean? So that would be, I could say the same thing. Well, is the Bible the best for white families? You get what I mean? Is the Bible the best for a Middle Eastern family? For God's sake, that's a Middle Eastern religion. And so to make it race, and here's my rabbit hole problem, Hamp, because maybe I overthink it, but the moment we try to tie race and religion, I got to remember the fact that I've done my ancestry test, and my ancestry goes to Central East Africa, or East Central Africa, which, by the way, is nowhere near where Christianity was birthed. I don't have East African roots. You get what I mean? So if I'm going to go off of what my native people religion is, then what was the native religions at that time in the Congo, in Ghana, in Senegal? It's not Christianity.
Okay.
Well, you say you're Central West
too. When I go look over into those countries too, Hamp, I go find non-Christian people, and you know what I also find? Dysfunctional families.
You say you're Central West or East African predominantly?
Central East. It's like I'll pull it up later, but it's all.
Well, that would be Somalia, Ethiopia, Eritrea,
Central West Africa. So there'll be like Senegal,
Ghana, Senegal.
Nigeria,
Yeah, okay. Cote d'Ivoire, got you.
Yeah,
Okay.
what I meant by East Africa is that Christianity is an East African
It's
religion.
from yes.
Right.
All
So if you're an East African, like Ethiopian, Sudanese, those, of course you would have Christian roots, but I wouldn't.
Well, I'll leave that to Hamp.
Well, I'm not gonna go too far into that hole today, but
Yeah.
so the conflation is Christianity with the Bible,
right?
So most of us are Christians, right? Because it's very lay, right? It's a superficial understanding, and I consider these principles as recommendations and not absolutes, you know. And so, but when you read the Bible is very absolute and emphatic about the principles, you know. Also, interestingly enough, as the Bible starts out, the God of the Bible always picks a people. So, you guys ever heard of Ham, Shem, and Japheth? Noah's 3 sons. So, he had 3 sons that survived the flood. Okay, no, it's all good. So, Ham, Shem, and Japheth. You probably remember those names, Ruth. But he actually picks. He said, "Blessed," in Genesis 9. He says, "Blessed be the Lord God of Shem." So he picks that son, and then he picks Abraham, and then he picks Isaac, picks Jacob, and even though Abraham has a son named Ishmael, he picks Isaac. And then in the Bible it says, "Blessed be the Lord God of Israel," specifically. You know, so like he's actually very specific in picking a particular people. Now, who those people are today is a different conversation. But I'm just saying, biblically speaking, he says he's the Lord God of Israel, you know. But just to the overarching point of it is most of people you hear talking about the Bible are Christians. And they do a lot, they skew it, which gives what Tarus is saying merit. Because if you're doing something lukewarm, you can't represent that thing properly.
And that's
to
what I'm
Tarus's point.
Well,
I don't want to get into it, but you definitely play with it, right?
No,
Yeah.
I learned from you. I learned, but
All right,
just to profess
did you throw that Christmas tree out?
Yeah, I didn't even put it up, but we're gonna.
And then I didn't ask you that. I said, did you throw it out?
I didn't throw it out. It's in the garage.
I did.
You say put it up. You say throw it away.
But it's a fun way to say we just like we're a little bit lukewarm, right? When things get a little bit rigid for us, you know, we tend to kind of back off or find a different way around it and all that, you know. And then we mad at God when we lose. You know, we only ask for shit we want.
Man, y'all.
When we doing good, the nigga don't hear from us for 6 months. You know the uncle that you got that needed a loan. He got that 100. Now he up. You don't see him no more. As soon as he down, he come back. That's us.
I feel like I'm being abused.
No, I said us. I talked to a guy yesterday. He told me about I ain't gonna say no names, but he told me that he ain't seen Lamar in a long time since he went to Japan. But I ain't gonna say nothing though.
I just been busy.
I'll let him know.
But that's why I try to edit the conversation from Christianity to biblical principles, understanding how right and exact the Bible is, and making that differentiation. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Tarus, that's where you from, or that's what your thing said?
So that's my like ancestry results, dude. I'm America, bro. You know what I mean?
They gave you the whole
that's Central West. Yeah.
I got.
Wait. They put you in all the Western countries. God damn, you from Africa?
So
they literally made you from Africa.
You're from Morocco to Western South Africa,
the Iberia Peninsula in Africa, bro.
Yeah,
you know.
But truth, there's definitely we can talk about that another day. But I've always, this is a separate conversation. It's a rabbit hole. I don't want to go down it, but I want to mention it. Like I've always had a little bit of skepticism in regards to those 23andMe's and things of that nature. There was one program that Canada had, I forget its name, but they submitted a dog's DNA on purpose.
Right.
And the dog came up Native American and the third. So but I think it's an interesting exercise, you know, not rendering it moot, but it's an interesting exercise. And it only gets, I guess my sentiment would be, it probably gets more informative the more people that submit, right? Because you got to get the blood and then you can kind of, but I just kind of, you know.
Hamp, one of the reasons I brought that up was for more to the broader point about how religion and our ethnicities aren't tied together. because when I went down my ethnicity journey and I got the results, and I put together, black, I'm Puerto Rican, all that, it lines up. When I start looking at the distance, bro, I go, wait, this is how big Africa as a continent is. If I go all the way from New York to LA, that will get me from like Djibouti to maybe close to Central Africa. Nowhere close to where any of my ancestors are from. You could go over that you got to remember, United States could fit in the continent of Africa 3 times over. So distance, when we're talking about this, with the lack of, we're talking about hundreds of years with no roads and stuff. The religions like that are not traveling across continents like that. You know what I mean?
I understand your sentiment. That's definitely that's like a whole show where I have to get into a different bag. So I'm but we definitely could converse about that for sure, because it's a substantive like your understanding of it is logical, so Eli with the $5 says salute. Mike Brown with the $5 says your uncle has a wife. Wouldn't their wife have to agree to you coming on board? Hell yeah. Nas with the $10 says we all seen soul food. Nas with the $10 says in divorce court, women often fight over one man from a purely pragmatic perspective. They could instead compromise by sharing him, pooling their dedication and resources for mutual provision. Aaron with the $5, that's well articulated.
Right.
Aaron with the $5 says you can't say Christianity works and they lie about what's in the book they read. How do y'all want me to trust an outright liar? Nas with the $5 says, now you know why Lot's wife died and her daughters didn't, and ended up preserving their people. Personal freedom overrides duty regardless of judgment. Damn. Nas, you left out how they preserved their culture though, which was diabolical. But I just read Genesis 19. Champion feminist with the 20 ball. Perfect. Keisha was good. Perfect. Are we assuming the kids participating in crime come from mothers that are marriageable? What if their mothers are addicts? Most men aren't going to sign up to take those women on. So wouldn't the problem remain under polygamy? Under polygamy, yeah, that's not a solvent. Polygyny specifically, but I'm not going to harp on that, right? Because people think I'm saying polygamy probably, right? But I'm actually saying polygyny. What I'm more so speaking to, Keish, is when they say the fatherless homes is the reason for the negative behavior and outcomes, right? I'm not putting the jacket on those moms being drug addicts or well-to-do or whatever the case is. It's just boom, single motherless homes, bad kids, right? And I'm being hyperbolic, but that's normally what we hear. So I'm saying one way to quell that or mitigate is to put a man in that house. Right? I'm just doing simple math, But yeah, if she like damn, but I don't know, Keisha, because they say if she looked like Halle Berry, shout out to Isaiah, she may still get an opportunity. Doped up and all that.
That ass. Yeah. She got a nice ass.
That ass though. Oh, Black David, what's popping?
It's been a while.
Yes, sir. How you? Turn your gain down just a little bit.
My gain down a little bit. Okay.
Oh wait, no, it's good. I think you might have moved the headset now. You might be good.
Yeah. Well, I came up because when I saw the topic, I was like, I shared something on my Instagram about culture, and I've been trying to get understanding because this has been a circulating topic for the past 2 to 3 years now.
Which one?
Black culture.
Okay.
What it is, what it's not. And I had to study it myself as an African.
Okay.
Before I start passing judgment on that.
Okay.
When I start to realize today's society, I'm looking at it like there is somewhat a divide among black people. What they consider culture, what they consider not culture. And that is where the consensus is right now, because there's no unity among the black people right now. There's the division. from the brain drain to those who want to keep the righteousness, from those who consider themselves conservative, from those who consider themselves liberal. Like if you look at their mindset, what they look at culture is not consistent across the board. So I would ask that question: if that's not culture, then what is culture?
All right. So what are you saying? What is culture?
No, what I'm saying, if people are saying one thing is not culture during the argument, then I will ask the question: what do they consider is culture on a consistent basis across the board?
Culture is a language, which is AAV, a culture meaning we share like foods, we share like traditions. We don't take the west or the worst of other cultures and say they don't have a culture because they have isms within it. So do we have a distinct food? Yes. A distinct language? Yes. Distinct traditions? Yes. So Black Americans have a very distinct cultural experience.
I agree with that. I totally agree. But when you ask people outside, they won't say the same thing you were saying. This is what I'm pointing out. What I'm saying, there's not a consensus across the board. So my question will ask is who are the leader of the culture? Who are the one to put their foot down and say, this is what we live by?
So what you're talking about is a moral compass. And again, within culture, white people have various religions, various cultural practices. So we don't have to reduce Black Americans down to one religion, one morality practice. Do we have a distinct traditional practice? Yes. Do we have distinct foods? Yes. Do we have distinct cultural traditions? Yes. That in itself is Black American culture. Anything outside of that, then you have to start getting into humanities and the nature of what humans do. And for me, my question is this: I find it odd that Africans, and I don't know what country you're from, because I don't want to call you African. What country are you from? Are
My
you
parents
Nigerian?
from my parents from Nigeria.
So you're Nigerian. So as a
Hmm.
Nigerian, you have a distinct Nigerian culture. You
That
also
is
have
correct.
Nigerians that are Ifa and Yoruba. So Ifas practice something different than Yorubas practice different. And
That is,
because I'm educated enough, I know that. But what I wouldn't do is come to your culture and try to do a critique because I'm not within it and I'm not immersed enough to have a criticism of any kind of quails or isms, meaning y'all have tribalism that are brothers that fight amongst brothers, that are
I
Black
get
people
that.
fighting amongst other Black people. So to me, that I could say, well, it's all of y'all in one landmass. Why are y'all not banding together? But you have your own distinct reasons of why y'all practice tradition. So are there things within the Black community that we can address? Absolutely. But we have our own distinct culture.
I'm not saying you don't have. This is what I was trying to tell my fellow brethren from my own country. Because I remember telling to my panel before, we were taught from youth by our parents not to mingle with African Americans because they say out of their mouth they don't have culture. But when I asked the specific question what they mean by that, they never tell me a direct answer. Because one out of maybe 15 of us, when we ask that question and we keep on pushing, we'll continue to be rebellious because we want to get a direct answer and understand why they say such a thing.
Right. And that's something.
Because
Hey, let me jump in. Hey, what's the difference if your parents tell you not to mingle with different tribes? It should be similar, right?
There you go.
because I dealt with that for more than 30 years of my life to the point where they were having family meeting. They'll bring other relatives into the argument of it, and you put me and my sibling, my cousin, and I go look at them like what they're going to take, and I stand 10 toe down what I believe.
Right.
I'm the outcast. I'm the black sheep because I want to question the norm. I want to understand where's your source
Right.
in this argument, and I've been doing it alone.
Mm.
I'm a, I consider to be a Yoruba man. If anybody know about Yoruba tribes,
Hmm.
they don't play around
Right.
with their culture and tradition. If you go against it, you're the black sheep, you're the outlaw, you're the outcast. But when I ask the question why you have this mindset, where the root of this, 9 times out of 10, it's because my mom told me or my grandma told me or so told me, but there's no actual source of where it's coming from.
Right.
So me being the one who don't quote unquote don't hang out between my people, it because I need to get a direct answer. I want someone to tell me this,
Mhm.
and there's no information that back up their argument. I don't believe in blind trust.
Right.
That's just my issue because a person like me who have been through a lot of betrayals, a lot of backstabbing, a lot of lying, I'm more about show me the facts, show me
Mhm.
the truth. Then when I read and see that consistent, then I can agree with you.
Mhm.
But you give me based on word and no history behind it and no documentation behind it,
Right.
I'm gonna question everything.
So then, and to add nuance to about Black culture, you have to realize, just like Nigeria with the two tribes, we have to take into how large the United States is. Black culture in the Northeast is going to look different than the West Coast, then it's going to look different in the Midwest, then it's going to look in the South. So again, as a culture, we can even, it's very nuanced. The way that I practice things in the South may be vastly different. Hemp likes very aggressive music that they yo da 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 and my son and shit like that. Where I'm gonna be like, hey y'all, but we're both Black people, right? So how we even talk within a dialect, but we are still in a shared community, recognizing and appreciating the differences. I love when he says shit like that, and I'm trying to get him to say y'all appropriately. So the beauty in Black Americans, because we've got a culture that we've had to create, we embrace each other's nuances
Well,
versus fighting them.
here's the other thing, CBN as well, right? The West African countries are no different than what Tiff is saying,
No,
right?
I want
Like,
to add to that.
yeah. Well, I just want to be very clear, right? When we start
No,
talking about this culture thing, the culture in which you guys celebrate is largely European, right? So you have the influx of Christianity, right? In this more this mid to south of Nigeria, and then in the north, it's overwhelmingly Muslim. So when I
hmm
start talking about the rates of women at 18 being married at an 80% click, while men at 18 are married at like 15% because it's the old men taking the young women, right?
hmm
In the Muslim part, you know, and then even how things look and how things operate, right? That European influence is overwhelming, and that's the complaint about how Europe underdeveloped Africa, but they did definitely put in their constructs. So when we
And that's,
look at
I'm glad you learned that. I
yeah,
appreciate
I
it.
know what I'm saying. It's a book. And so when I look at it, when I hear this, I'm thinking like, what is the, I don't, there's nothing like super original unless y'all start talking about like the stereotypes of spear chucking and eating mosquito burgers, right? But overwhelmingly everybody acts the same, right? Everybody kind of does things in a very similar way, oftentimes based on the religious doctrines.
And let me add to that because first and foremost, there are three major languages. You got the Igbo, you got the Yoruba, you
Okay,
got the Hausa, right?
language. Okay, yeah.
Now it's like supposed to be three divided, but in actuality, over 500 dialects,
Mm-hmm.
which means there are over 500 different tribes which we were forced to
Mm-hmm.
be under umbrella. If you do the history, like the guy called the Merc, you know the content. Nigeria was supposed to be a business hub for the British for trade,
Yeah.
for human trade and merchandise.
Mm-hmm.
So they fought a lot of tribes. My tribe is part of Benin, the kingdom of Benin. You understand the history of Benin? Benin one of the longest lasting kingdom before they got dissected.
Yep. Yep.
That's a big deal. So when you
Mm-hmm.
look into the depth of it, because when I spent 7 years, believe me when I say they did a lot of stuff in history was taken out of the books. We're now finding out later on in our 20, our 30, our 40, why they were kept out. What were the reason behind it? What were the main purpose behind that? You had to go back to the Berlin Conference and start connecting the dot. What was the purpose of
Yeah.
that happening?
Yeah.
So there's a
Yeah.
lot that happened for many years that we didn't know about. So I'm not gonna be the person who's going to start judging people about their culture because even my own tribe has its own histories of issues that they don't want to talk about. So
Yeah.
when I start calling
And
things out,
I just
I get in
want y'all
trouble.
to understand that when we talking about like history, culture, what it's going to largely rely on is dialect and nuances, right? Of the same things that Tiff is pointing out. Dances, how people talk, how people may or may not understand each other given the region in which they're from. Very similar to what she's saying, you know. And when you look at distinct food, uh that shit just look weird to me. Like the shit that y'all get, it's like a thing, and y'all dip it in shit and eat it. It's white.
There's several. There's fun that's made from cassava.
That thing,
That
right? But like
that and
the
then pound yam. Pound yam
yeah.
the same way too.
Well, yeah. But like jollof rice is well seasoned rice. We've seen that before, right? What's the beef?
Hold on.
Hold on. What's that beef that y'all eat with a stick? And then
They call it suya.
suya is amazing, but it's well seasoned beef. Pause. Like it's not like it's something that's astronomically like creative. It's just that white shit that y'all dip in the thing. That shit is crazy to me. I can't get.
I'll tell you that the same thing I told Chicago Willa. I think I will tell you when it comes to jollof rice, let's leave that argument alone because there's a rivalry when it comes to jollof rice.
Yeah, I know.
I don't want to be a part of it. I leave it alone for a lot of reasons.
Real shit. Like for instance, I used to DJ at this club that was owned by an African dude. He was from Sierra Leone, and so he had jollof rice in his shop, right? But he had like a tomato base though, and then the Nigerian brothers across the street, because the whole strip was like, they said, "What the fuck is that?" So yeah, but you see what I'm saying? It's just like because we have dirty rice, right, which is a very similar construct. I'm just saying that these things aren't super like eccentric.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like how we kind of, and then like I got my brother Terus up here, yellow rice, Spanish rice. It's fucking amazing, right? When you get with the right Puerto Ricans. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we got rice over here we call sticky rice.
Exactly. So I'm just saying when we try to filter these things out, it's like, oh, it's pretty regular actually. You know what I mean?
And every year they have a jollof rice war. Who had the best jollof rice in Africa?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't want to say nothing. You gotta tell Chicago when you think on the panel. Don't say jollof rice. I do not want to be in no beef. If I say my people food is not the best, I get chewed out for that. What you saying? You can't represent your country. I say, well, I can with my taste bug, not my country. If the rice sucks, the rice sucks. This is what it is.
You know what they fuck up down here? And this is black people. Black people fuck red beans and rice up, nigga.
No,
leave it to the Latinos.
Yeah. What are you talking about?
The Boricuas know what they doing.
It come from New Orleans, yeah. You're wrong on that one. The South on the rise again.
I'm so disturbed with that comment.
I'm just telling the truth.
Hamp, read the super chats because there's a question that I want to answer.
Hey, CBN, I had to tell the truth, bro. You know what I mean?
I bet you want to ask you real that.
Wait did I go to when I tell the truth? When I say your chicken sucks. You're not. I think, well, your chicken sucks. It's too hard.
Oh nah, see, CBN, it gotta be fried hard. Everybody know that. You know what I mean? You gotta fry that thing down to where you can eat the bone if you need to.
Time out. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm the one who roasts my own people before I said chicken.
Damn, man, CBN service went out, man.
So
he'll be back a little later, man. Insane with the 2000 says, Tiff, please name distinct Black American foods.
I would love to. So in science, I would love for you to go look at Netflix. There's a show called High on the Hog where she travels the United States and she goes to different regions that feature our particular food. What you are suffering from, because I read some of your comments, is a lot of Black American culture. When it gets popular, we like to rename it. So soul food is now Southern food. So that what Black Americans took as far as chitlins, fried fish, gumbo, the scraps, what we made delicious and delectable now gets wrapped up into Southern culture, but they are indeed enslaved people's dishes that because they were delicious, tasty, and monetizable, white people now want a piece of it, beloved.
He almost choked on whatever is in that styrofoam cup. When you said chitlins,
It is what it is. When you understand your history and you understand that one of the reasons, so just a prime example is washing chicken. When you talk to white people, and Chef Aaron has been here, white people will say you do not wash your chicken. Black people will brine chicken because the waste that we were given in order for it to be sustainable, you had to put vinegar, citrus, and salt so that it could be eaten. So there are direct, even culinary practices that are African American, which indeed is our culture.
Hey, Tiff, there was one time, right? I used to work at Ryder Trucks. I was a branch manager there, so we had a lot of people. We had refrigerated trucks, right? And so people would come rent them for, to get. And
Right.
so there was an African dude in the back. He was from Nigeria, as a matter of fact. He
Mm.
was Hausa too, which you don't even see a lot of Hausa outside of the continent, right? So
Niggas.
so he I gave him some collard greens, and he was like, Hamp, they had dirt on them. I said, what do you mean? You didn't wash them? He's like, no, who does that? Like, he was like, why would I wash them? His wife, he said his wife cooked them up and they smelled good, but he said they were so grimy. I'm like, yeah, you got to wash them first, bro. But we don't even think twice. We just wash, you know what I mean? All this shit, Yeah, there's definitely different ways to do stuff for sure. That's why I know our Boricua, Taino brothers and sisters are kicking our ass when it comes to red beans and rice, man. I'm just being honest.
Yo, my wife's
No, I
friend,
totally disagree
Maria,
with
her
that. That's a New
mom,
Orleans dish.
bro,
It's Taru smiling.
bro. Maria, if you listening, shout out to Mom Dukes. Yo, my wife would tell you, her mom makes right. Yo, I've spent $5 a regular little styrofoam tray, like the 4 wings and fried rice. Gave her $50. I was like, yo, I need parts. Matter of fact, let me call her.
No doubt, man. I mean, there's nuances, man, and the differences are stark for a plethora of reasons too, right? There's several arguments about, partially coming here on ships and then being here already.
Everybody thinks the fried chicken belongs to black people. That's Scottish.
Who does it belong to?
Scots.
Scottish?
Yeah, Scottish culture, they bread everything in flour and fry it. I'm talking about spaghetti and meatball. I ain't playing with you.
Really?
Yeah, bro. They will deep fry water. Like they deep fry. So now what black people did was they came in that flour breading with some garlic powder and some paprika and some onion powder and all the good, you know what I mean? They hooked it up and made it taste good with all those nice African spices that you would find in jollof rice or in the meat next to the acheke on the plate. You know what I mean? And all that. But breading chicken bits in flour and dropping it in hot fat is a Scotsman thing. The way they do that in Africa.
They do fried chicken too, but kind of different.
Let me ask y'all a question. What do y'all think about? I don't know if y'all were here earlier in the show. Let me see if we get this extension. If not, we get the party going. So I showed a bunch of videos. Did y'all see it? Where the white guy shot the 2 little boys. The white guy and his wife were calling the dude nigger and I'll hang you. The white guy who was in the street, nigger this, crackhead that, and lost that fisticuffs. I showed another one.
The tennis player.
The tennis player, right? Yeah. And we always talk about racism and etc., right? Mm-hmm. It took me, and I'm not exaggerating, 10 minutes to find all those videos, put them in the order in which I wanted them, right? To paint that picture, right? I say picture because it has less of a negative connotation. If I say paint that narrative, a little bit of a negative connotation. And I wonder what's actually true, right? Is that the feeling? Is that the sentiment of white people? Right? Is black fatigue a justification for what we already know? But you see how easy it was for me to formulate that and then justify it and still man it because I articulate decently well. Right? But I at least said, is this a narrative? Is this the truth? Right? So we opening it up to a dialogue. But what do you guys think about that? Those videos, that behavior? Am I just saying it? Is it a narrative that we're painting? Or is that a true disposition?
I can't call it black fatigue because it's not all blacks. I could call it a ghetto fatigue because that's kind of the ghetto mentality. But when you say black fatigue, it's like you're painting a broad brush that all black people act the same way.
Do I get to now? I find it highly comical when white people like to talk about black on black crime. I find white people to be the most violent people on the planet. I find white people to have some of the most vile practices. Had a black man opened up and shot 2 white children, we would have had cover to cover on CNN, ESPN, every major network would have been showing a black man kill two white children. I think that we criminalize black bodies and white behavior becomes a mental illness. I think that they are sick, depraved people. I believe that many of the things in colonization that plague all other countries come from their deficit, Caucasian, mountainous behavior. I believe that those white people were acting the way that they really want to act, and that is why they are slow walking things back. They're vile people, they're violent people, and they want to put the worst of their behaviors on other people. Anytime Trump says a problem, it is an indictment. It is him saying how he feels about himself placed on other people. They are the worst of the worst of the worst. It is rules for thee and not for me. They want to criminalize everybody but their behavior. They're felons that can't vote, but we have a felon in the White House. Make it make sense. And that was
Retort.
black messaging. So now y'all all can seem like the reasonable people because it's got to be one radical Negro, and I'm willing to do it because I got my brothers on my six that will protect me. I'll stick my neck out because they don't need to.
Sound like some damn. Go ahead, it's a
Yeah,
broadcast.
I think we
Anybody want to go before I go? Go ahead.
Yeah, I think we're just too kind. I think once you got off the person's property, then you have to stand your ground. I think we as people, we just too kind. We think about jobs and stuff like that. But personally, I never got fired for being too black. I got fired for being late. I got fired for being incompetent on their job. But they don't fire you for being too black. So if a person meets you in the streets, it's by any means necessary. You are an American. You are American. Mean like they can't appease your position. So you gotta start thinking like, if this person in front of me, I gotta do what I have to do to survive. Period. Now, that when he knocked on the door, when he said no soliciting, he can take that abuse. But once he's off the property, then you have to make it uncomfortable for them. I'm not saying uncomfortable by beating them up or being violent, but I'm talking about verbally uncomfortable. You can make somebody know what you verbally abusing me. I want to verbally abuse you back. I got rights as an American. That's what I think. I think we're too kind. I got a big guy named Aaron. I don't think he should be apologizing for nobody. He walk in the room, he's big and he's strong. He said, look, I'm here. Deal with it. That's my opinion. I know I live overseas and stuff like that, but when I moved overseas, I'm not worried about my neighbors not liking me. They got to deal with me. But they do like me because I showed them I'm part of the community. I think we're just too kind sometimes. And we had to start acting like we are American too. We got to start saying it.
Yeah, I see what he's saying.
Honestly, man, Hamp, you 38 like I am, right?
39. I don't know why I said 38 earlier.
I mean, we're the same age group.
Yeah.
We've seen it already, guys. Every cycle, there's going to be this season of let's shit on black people, right? It comes from these 4chan right-wing trolls. Comes from the Fox News or Breitbart. It's just it comes around, right? Then it's going to be hating on the Asians, and it's going to be hating on somebody else, and then on and on and on. At the end of the day, man, we understand that there are certain, I guess, characteristics of us as black and brown people, but too many of us, Hamp, try to push back as these like little small acts of rebellions in all the wrong ways, such as CP time. You know what I mean? It's like we have that rebellious spirits as Americans as we should, but sometimes we rebel the wrong ways because honestly, bro, I can't stand people that are late. Like I understand you showing up late to like house parties and shit like that, but yo, if we on a professional environment, we got a schedule to uphold. We talking about making money. Yo, if we got to be here at 9 o'clock in the morning, bro, I really expect you to be here at like 8:50. I don't expect you to just be waltzing in at 9 o'clock through the door. Right. And then we got too many people in our community, not the majority, but too many loud people, right, who imply that they don't even need to give people a courtesy call or a courtesy text of why they're going to show up late. You're just going to show up when you show up. And it's like, that's not being black. that's not fighting against the establishment. That's just being rude.
Right.
And we got to know the difference between that, Hamp, and you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Also, can I interject really quick?
Well, Aaron's up,
I'm
so
sorry. Sorry, Mr. Aaron.
unless he wants you to go. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, we also have to be aware of situations because there is such a thing as being fashionably late. If you go to certain parties right on time and it starts at 6:30, people are gonna look at you like, "Why are you here?" Well, the invitation says 6:30. Yeah, but you knew it was gonna start late. So fashionably late is for certain occasions. For professional settings, it's inappropriate. And I'm a child of a military man, so let me go ahead and say it. 15 minutes early. If you're on time, you're late. That is how most of these military people are going to teach you, and it has it makes sense because that 15 minutes gives you a barrier that if you run into traffic or something happens, even at 15 minutes, you can do the courtesy call and say, "Hey, I'm running late. I'm in traffic. I'll be there." So it's logic behind that.
So, go ahead. What were you saying?
Nothing.
Oh, okay. So I'm glad you brought that up because I wanted to address the fashionably late thing. I'm not purporting this to be the historical reason why fashionably late exists, but it's my personal belief that really what it is, it's an etiquette that's paid to your entertainer to get themselves together before entertaining you. So if you've been invited to a party, being fashionably late simply says, I'm giving you the opportunity to get all your ducks in a row. Maybe your caterer, dropped a tray of cocktail shrimp all over the floor and they had to reboil and rechill new shrimp, things like that. But when you make an agreement to be somewhere, and I don't think you're saying that this is a time to be fashionably late. I'm just drawing a distinction. When you make an agreement to be somewhere, you need to be there at that time, right? And out of respect for that person's time.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I do also believe that there can be a combination of the two, and you will see that in like wedding receptions,
Mm-hmm.
where there's a cocktail hour,
right,
that allows you a window to be fashionably late to the actual reception. But there is a time where food's going to be served, and the bride expects your ass, right, to be sitting behind your name placard.
Right.
But getting from the church to the reception, from A to B, some people gotta get gas, some people gotta change clothes, some people gotta go, pick up kids, drop out, whatever. So you have a cocktail hour as a buffer to allow people to be late. And fashionably so, to allow the bride time to get her act together. And they say it's the bride's prerogative to be late, but even then, only to a degree. It's because we understand the bride has so many preparations that need to be made that nothing is going to run perfectly. But if it's a 1 o'clock wedding and the bride's showing up at 5, I don't think anybody, you ain't gonna get any wedding gifts. You know what I mean? Like, what the hell are you doing? But if it's a 1 o'clock wedding and she shows up at 2:15, as long as it ain't out during the sweltering sun, all right, she better be looking good coming on, and she will. But outside of those extreme occasions, I think timeliness is paramount. And I think there's a 15-minute window on either direction. When they say, if you're not, what's the saying, Hamp? If you're not on time, if you're on time, you're late.
Right. If you're early, you're on time.
You're early on time.
Yeah.
I don't believe in that, because what that does is, it's like saying fashionably late, arbitrarily going in the other direction. It just takes away the accuracy of time. On time is on time. Late is late. Early is early. It is what it is. But I do believe there's a 15-minute grace period either way. If 2 o'clock is 2 o'clock and you show up at 2:07, you're good. I mean, two traffic lights could have did that. You know what I mean? Like, one person getting pulled over in front of you could have tacked on 7 minutes. Mm-hmm. If you're 15 minutes early, you're on time. Outside of that window, 15 minutes in either direction, you early or late. On time is on time. And DJ Hamp, he and I have a great temporal relationship. When we do the Monday show, we're always in communication with one another. Man, I'll be a little late. I'll be 10 minutes late. Here's why I am. Whether it's a half hour before the show, 10 minutes before the show, during the show, I need 5 minutes, right? Because I respect his time.
Right.
And he'll communicate with the audience. Hey, man, look, this came up. Here's when we're gonna go, and if there's an update to that in the future, hey fellas, please update. You know, I gotta because we respect your time. I don't think that's being late. I think that's being respectful and allowing the world to run its course. But when you disregard people's time or you have expectations outside of the grace period, that's early and late. To answer your question, and I hated that I went on that diatribe, but to answer your question briefly, is it painting a narrative or a picture? I think you're painting a narrative when you become agendaed. You're painting a picture, you're making a statement. And in the case of the videos that you lined up, I don't think that you're painting a narrative, even though they all would support a narrative. I think they're painting a picture as kind of a warning. Don't walk the earth with horse blinders on, because this kind of tragedy can befall you. These evil people are you suggesting that every white person you encounter is going to behave that way? No, but that would fall under painting a narrative. And that would be found in the rhetoric you use to support the video collection that you've amassed. But amassing that video collection, it may be pointed, but how you present it makes it a picture or a narrative. And I think you presented it as a picture. Be vigilant, folks. Keep your head on a swivel. It's rough out here.
And historically, I mean, he painted a picture, but what he did was prove history. If we go to 1865 was when slavery ended. From 1865, black codes, from black codes, segregation, well, Jim Crow, from Jim Crow to segregation. And we love to stop at 1964 civil rights, but we need to look at Brown v. versus education. Then we need to incorporate 1994, the crime bill. And now we need to talk about 2025, where 300K black women have lost their jobs. Blackness has always been at a price. We've always paid a price for blackness. There's always been a way to undermine black progression. We need to be aware of it. We need to find a way to combat it so that as we build and grow, we do not become Tulsa 2.0, because they would love for this to be Jim Crow 2.0.
What? Oh, who's the they?
I'll be next.
White people. And I'm not saying all white people. I will say very specifically, if we want to look at Project 2025, which please go back. Hamp did 3 to 4 shows with myself. I know he did a couple of shows with Aaron. Print it out, get familiar with it. If you look at that policy, they are hand walking down, and that comes from Heritage America. And Heritage America is very much a white nationalist group. If you want to look at the 2 people that supported, J.D. Vance, who is sucking up farm property, and Stephen Miller, who is investing in private prisons. You need to know your history so that you don't repeat it. Those of us that did not understand what was going on in Nazi Germany, the first thing that you do is you get people very familiar for being in a police state. You get the undesirables off the street, the immigrants, and then you rationalize doing irrational things to less desirable people. Learn your history so it is not repeated in front of you, so that you can hold a mirror up to the promise of America and say, here you go again, America, not keeping your promise.
Yeah, I'll agree that fear-mongering is the best way to incite a riot. Fear-mongering after having established a savior is the best way to initiate control.
Right. Would you think some people look at Trump as a savior?
Yes, in a vacuum. I'm not saying what you're saying is invalid. I also see that there's an opportunity because we have so much more access to information. There's an opportunity for us to surprise, you know what I mean, and take advantage, get our act together, using the opportunity that you're providing us, using the, you know what I mean? But yeah, 50, 70, 100 years ago, this kind of action, 100%, what's next? It's a Trojan horse for sure.
Hey Hamp, this entire conversation that we've gotten through so far, I know you had mentioned it already, but we definitely, it's not polygamy, it's more of a communion that would work in this hypothetical desperate scenario, because I need guys on my property who also know what the fuck they're doing. You know what I mean? And guess what? Hamp? You could get your own woman pregnant, right? Like, let's say hypothetically, right? You had a skill set that I needed on my property, and my property was big enough for yours. Hamp, you could get your own girl pregnant, right? Keep the race going. I'd get my own girl pregnant, right? Keep the race going, right? that's more for the women that don't have any options. You know what I mean? Because I'm looking at it from going the standpoint of the men, if they're coming on, if we're talking about a community and talking about protecting each other, like to get to the bigger point, the men are also going to come with their assets too. They're going to come to Tyrus's probably be like, hey, bro, yo, I can do this. And I'm gonna be like, dog, please. Hey, I got this. You want this over here? We could try to make a cabin or some shit. You know what I mean? Like, let's go.
Yeah, and 100%, Charus. I think you're right in the hypothetical. What we're addressing is the how women outnumber the men, right? And those women aren't going to have a place to go in a very similar hypothetical in these situations. So what do those women who aren't don't because it's not a one-to-one. So now what are the options?
So, and hypothetically, I'm instantly thinking, because again, I think we can all agree there's in some sort of judgment day, a huge swath of men, like in any war, any conflict, die off. Right? We also have to remember disease is gonna wipe a bunch of people out.
Mhm.
And so in this hypothetical, there's also a bunch of single men who provide a bunch of skill sets. And I guess speculation, guys, we know we're simplifying it here, but speculation, that's going to be on Aaron, me, CBN, Hamp, to Lamar, to vet some of the guys that are single to come on and, hey, right, you're part of the community. It
Yeah.
doesn't have to be the leader, Genghis Khan and everybody. You know what I mean?
100%. Yeah. No, I agree, right? And I'm just looking at since it's not the one-to-one, and then especially if men die off, what has to happen? You know, and I think that we miss out on the fact that a bunch of married women don't want a bunch of single women walking around either. Right? Again, we seen soul food.
That's smart, though, Hammer. That's smart.
Now, I would say this. I've been talking to people about that same narrative about for the past couple of years, and I think what the problem is quality of man they're looking for. 'Cause I always ask them, when I've been this panel before in the past, I ask you, what group of men are you referring to? Not all men are the same, right? Right or wrong? Because if you're looking for a specific type of man, you're not basing on his characteristic, based on what he can bring, right? His wealth, his riches, his access. Fine. But when you go down to character, that's not being spoken about a lot more than usual. This is why we have the same circular argument what women are looking for. What kind of man they're looking for. They're looking on the acting and looking at the character. Now, in other region of the world, people looking at character now. Yet you can have the access, you can have the money, you can have the wealth, you can have the riches, but your character don't match, they want nothing to do with you. That's something that's not being taught on the U.S. soil. It's all about chasing the bag, chasing the money, chasing the asset.
CBN, in this scenario, we're talking about, again, like a collapse here, right? The men that are worth their salt are going to rise to the occasion, kind of weed themselves out. You know what I mean?
I believe that very well.
Right. Because what you're still talking about is first world problems, and we're no longer in first world territory.
Makes sense.
Hey, I got a question. Is that already happening now? The man that with the so-called characters, are they already reading themselves out?
Lack of character or character?
Men or characters?
I would say likability. I think likability is better than character because you can pretend to be, you have a good character, but people don't like you. They may not see you a good character. Is it happening now? That's the question.
No, I think in mass what's going on is you have a lot of men that lack character, that are not raising families, that are not standing up, that are not taking care of community, and everybody is suffering because of it. So that those that are doing and those that are building, it's almost like y'all are in a vacuum, because that loud minority of people. Like, I don't like the term YNs at all. I don't like it whatsoever, but I understand where it's coming from. The way that young men have been put to be wild and out of control and can't nobody talk to them. But then when certain men talk to them with respect, they tend to respond. So are there some people, and I'm saying people, that are just beyond help? They just wild. And I'm not putting that on a race. There are people that are just outside of social norms. I think for us, we've got to really bring in and tighten in certain behaviors. So even though I'm expressive or I might roll my eyes or neck, if that's a negative in a way that Hamp is like, hey, that's going to ruin some of your message, then it behooves me to dial it back so I can be heard. So we have to be able to have our behaviors addressed if it's affecting the larger group.
So Tiff, but here's the thing, and I'm about to culminate it here.
Right.
Let's say we've accounted for all these different measures. At the end of the day, there's just too many single women on our little community utopia. Are you okay with your man getting another woman pregnant in the community? Why not?
If there's too many single women with too many children, then that would mean that those kids.
There's not too many children. There's just too many women.
No, absolutely not. Because you
as the leader of the communion,
did you not just say now the compound idea?
Yeah.
And I've even talked about it. Like, if we got tiny homes to the point to where, personally, I think the way it would work is, say we get a piece of land. Within this piece of land, I feel like the single mothers should be insulated. They live within the community. The married couples would live on the outskirts. The leaders and the men that need to come in and out of that community would have a level of commitment to those people. But do I believe that you need to impregnate other people? I don't. Do we know that there are plenty of men that don't have children? There are plenty of men within our community that have never been married and don't have children. So if I have a child, he has a child, and we're now working on grandchildren, no, I'm not going to say, you know what, you have more kids, because those kids then now become my kids. Or do I say that the women that need help as single mothers, I can be auntie, we can keep your kids as you go to school. You need to go to work, we can come into the community, educate your kids, help take care of the babies, and the men protect. There are multiple ways to do something, but why are we still talking about even bringing additional children without getting the babies that we have under control?
Well, that's kind of the point of desperate times, right? Like, one of the things that species do in desperate situations is try to repopulate, because that guarantees survival.
So I'm going to say this one time, and I'm not going to say it again. Me plus thee, no, thank you, no.
Tiff, I completely understand that. I just want to be clear. So what if? It's a what if.
Plus thee,
right?
No.
Because I can't help but think about it, even when I. Okay.
Plus thee.
Well, Hamp.
Tabu.
Even when I gave you the answer of like how to mitigate for those problems, I can't help but also go, well, reality also states there's just too many women. In every scenario, there's just going to be too many women and not enough dudes for us to recruit. So at some point, you cannot mitigate enough, and it's going to be, does your woman okay having a, what they call it back in the day, like a corporate?
So let me ask you a question. No.
What they call it, CB?
No. So Bruce, let me ask you this: Do you take vows? Do you take vows seriously?
Yes.
Okay, so the vow that I took with my husband was forsaking all others, and that means all others, other single women, other men. We are in a trifold marriage. There's God, there's him, there's me. That's it. That's all. Now the community, we are more than willing to serve, teach, contribute.
Why? How do we get back on this?
Ask him.
No, I'm saying, why are you talking about yourself again?
He asked me a personal question.
What was the question? I missed. That's what I'm asking.
I asked her in this hypothetical, Hamp, would she be okay if her man had to be the one to start having sex with some of the leftover women? I hate to say it like that, but in this hypothetical.
Oh yeah, biblically speaking, he could if he wanted to, as long as he take care of those women.
And I was trying to say to my brother, She greedy. She don't feel like
As
show.
long as he marries those women.
And they would
Okay,
have
I
to
got
be
I just want to be
unworthy.
clear, Tiff. That whole scenario sounds terrifying. I don't want any part of that scenario. We're just, you know what I mean? I hope that never happens.
You would be a part of tearing up a functioning marriage because I'm not doing it. And you can
I want
always
I
tell
want
me
to make it
I'm
simple.
out.
I want to make it simple, though.
You can legitimately say our healthy marriage would be over. That's
What do
it.
you
That's
think?
all.
What do you think about taking in kids that aren't yours?
We are actually talking about adopting. I would love to be a full-time mom again. And even
No,
if it's
I'm saying we're just looking at it. We're just looking at all the potential options, right? And this is my point, right? I think you're well within your confines to have that disposition and stand there. And I just want us to realize that we are overwhelmingly selfish, right? When it affects us, we are saying hell no, right? Even if it was a greater good scenario, when we say we care about these women that are out here by themselves, because it's not easy. And again, no decorum, just and we say that we are worried about people, right? They out here by themselves. They have a kid and it's a fatherless area, right? And so it's all good until I have to make a sacrifice. That's why the show on Wednesday was we really don't take stuff serious because when I'm implicated, then I step back. Right.
And
So it just furthers the point, right? And so Tarus is talking about just the possibilities of dire straits, right? And because we don't like the effects on us, we just keep interjecting, over talking, I ain't doing it, etc. And I just want us to be sure when the rubber meets the road and we are there and we're doing bad, the worst we can do, it's your fault.
no.
I just want to make sure everybody understands that. Like you are implicated when we fail. I just want us to understand that.
So what you're saying is because I don't want to do it your way, I'm causing failure.
No, it's not even it's an opportunity. I'm not a proponent, me myself, trying to get in a polygynous situation, right? I just know when we say we care and we can't even give credence or assess something, right? And we're just on this absolute thing, right? We are overwhelmingly selfish, and when we fail, we are implicated. That's what I'm saying.
Do I get to respond? So what I said is, he said,
no, you don't get to respond since you're asking a question, I guess. So no, you don't get to respond to, right?
Would like to respond.
And another thing is, right, when it continues to be glossed over, right? When we talk about single moms, what was I telling the fellas, right? And that is not a recommend. That's a hard, tough pill to swallow. Pause. I gotta take on another man's kids if I want to help my community. I gotta be considerate of all these things, possibilities now, because I'm waiting to get married. So if I wait to get married at 31, it's likely that she's gonna have a kid. Since when black women have a kid at 27, their first kid at 27. And so what's the actual possible improbabilities, right? Who want to take care of another man's kid? No fucking body. But the community is in dire straits. So now you have to make different sacrifices, up to and including maybe have to whoop that nigga ass. I'm just saying the things. Like I mean, it just is, bro. It just is. Go ahead, Tiff.
But the question was also asked, are you interested in would you take other children into your home? Absolutely. Would we do? And I even said, you don't have to give me your children. You can drop the babies off and go to work. And I'm not just saying this. This is something that I practice within my tribe. If my girlfriend has to go out of town and her husband is not going to be available, you know who can come over and sit with the kids? I can. If my sister's kids get sick, they come here because there are more than one ways to be and show up for other people.
All possessive pronouns, right? Again, it just illustrates the point, right? As long as they're within your community and the confines that you like. As soon as you don't like the confine, you can't hear it.
It's helping black people within the people that I know. That's not helping the greater community.
No, he's talking about your husband, baby. That's what he's talking about.
What are you talking about? So my husband and having kids come here and being an uncle for whoever shows up, those children are being benefited. We're godparents.
In desperate scenario, Tiff, what
No.
if your husband?
Why do you keep pushing it? Stop.
Tiff,
No. Don't ask again.
Yeah. Hey, listen, man. This is all it is, Taru.
And I'm selfish. I'm selfish.
The baby moms can fall off a cliff. We'll take the kids though. Fuck the mom.
Why these men don't marry their baby moms instead of saying
my real dad I consider my real dad is a stepdad, bro. He was with me since I was 4 years old, and I consider him my real dad because he taught me everything I know. But think about all the, like you talking about, all the inherent risks.
Does he have multiple wives or one?
Taking on a child that isn't yours, and yet all of a sudden
now being
flip it around and you gotta take some risks. And it just made me think about it, Hamp. You know how many single fathers who actually have full custody of their kids? You know how hard it is for them to date because women don't want to be stepmoms? Like that's just near impossible, dog.
Now let me say this. Let me say this. As an African, everybody are not the same. I respect Tip, and I know that that's her foundation that she did how she wanted. In our culture, there are people of the new generation who don't believe in polygamy. They don't want it because they feel like it's crazy. I'm a byproduct of a polygamy family. Real talk. But at the same token, you look at your moral compass and your foundation, what you really stand on, because not every woman is okay with their husband having another woman. Culturally speaking, there's some African nation or African tribe, they are way to be okay with it. Now, you cannot apply that among the Black American society when they don't have such a culture or a nature of that sort. So when Tip was saying what she's saying, I have to respect. I know that's her mindset. That is her belief. Not many women will be okay. Now we have a new generation that are open to it. My question to that, if you're open to it, do you understand the fundamental behind it or the bylaws behind it? Because practicing polygamy is not something you just say, oh, I'm going to try it out. If you don't know the full foundation behind that practice. That is my issue. So I won't force it on anybody. If you and your husband talked about it and you agree upon it, make sure you have some bylaws or some rules or regulations how that will be constructed. Plain and simple. Because it's not something normal. In my country, it's normal. I know men who have 3 wives, 4 wives, 5 wives, and they made it work. Some didn't make it work because they didn't have a fundamental bylaw or foundation to live upon it. So I get what Tawu is coming from, but not everyone can do that. It's based on the capacity. If you have the capacity to do so, then yes, you're able to do so. Would I suggest do it over here? No. Go to a place that have much bigger land, bigger area, you can expand upon that. Because we know in this society, it could get way too political.
Being respectfully, but we're having like a war game type conversation here. None of us up here, and I want to be clear, I don't want to do this shit. I hope I think Hamp said the same thing already. I don't want to be part of this crap. Ain't excited for nothing like this, but it's a contingency plan. All we're doing is having a hypothetical about a contingency plan. There's no reason to get like,
And I get to know Tawu, I respect you always. You know me by now. I always respect you like a brother to me. But I also know that some women, their mind are locked down on that thing that they don't believe in that, they don't want to practice that, they don't want to see that because what they have observed from a distance. And then you totally correct. It's not like you gotta push it, but how will you address or how will you confront it? It's not easy to be confronted. Let's be real, it's not. I tell you firsthand.
It just go ahead, Lamar. You want to say something? Lamar, you want to say something?
Yeah, I just got a question. Hit me. Is it better to have 3 wives or 3 baby moms? I'm gonna silence myself.
3 wives.
I agree with that.
I would agree 3 wives too.
They play by Williams. I agree with that, Hamp.
Yeah, I mean, it's and it's the thing, right? And this is what I'm saying. We cannot, in our people, we get on our own way a lot. Since time immemorial, we've been getting in our own way because of how selfish we are. Stiff-necked people, right? You know, like it just, we are so unedified on things, and we just go off based off our own feeling about so much stuff, right? And
Gentlemen, have a good
the
day.
other thing is all right, Tiff. And then the other thing is, you know, just with the single mom shit, right? How long they've been preaching that shit? Single mom, don't touch a single mom, don't date a sick. What the fuck are we gonna do? I think it's gonna be short. And I just wondering, like, we saying these things, and then this permanent underclass shit creeping up on us. And Lamar, I was telling him the other day, my wife get on my goddamn nerves. Breath stink, all that. But the what I've been able to achieve was expedited when she was added to my life. But it's like we can't understand this shit. And that's how valuable marriage, the construct to being locked in is. But divorce is what we always talk about. We don't talk about marriage. And I said this a million times. Aaron, Mr. Fantastic, and us minded out. We conflate those two things when they're not mutually exclusive. But all I'm saying is, if we're gonna be a permanent underclass, we gotta make some different you know what I mean, standards or understandings and how to really break this shit down. And I'm sick of us talking bad about the kids, saying they're fatherless, and then saying fuck the moms too. Right? Like all that just is just like a pot of I'm calling out the disaster and I'm for it too. I ain't going to help the kids. I ain't fuck with their moms, but they fuckable. Marriage sucks. Like that just sounds like a recipe for disaster. And then and this is my last thing. And then in the same breath, we'll say, look at the Asians, look how married they are. But then it'll correlate to but their women are better, right? It's just a pot of crazy shit, and we here living in it.
Hey, Hamp, I have a question / suggestion. You know what you can ask the women on their next POV? Ask them the same scenario except in reverse. Let's say we had a communion, a compound like this, except they were the only fertile woman on the compound, and her husband didn't have any good swimmers. Would she expect her man to be okay with her having sex with another dude in order to keep the race going?
Oh.
Babe, you got to understand, I'm fertile right now. We got to keep the going.
You on your own that one, you on your own that one, my brother. You on your own that one.
I hate to bust out Bubba, but the race is not going to survive. It's human nature. We're going to mix.
He couldn't survive.
I think we will.
Yeah, one kid.
Like say Germany, like Black Americans, we all mix with something, so we're not pure.
I love these mental exercises because I can go both ways with the ethics, bro. We ain't got to stick just on all the dudes got to repopulate the planet. No. Well, what happens if us men need to be okay that our wives are the only ones that can pull it off?
Won't matter.
What would she say? What would she be okay with it?
I was just saying, as one culture, I apologize. We will survive, but it's going to be a multiple culture thing.
I don't think we would give a shit because we're applying.
We will survive.
Yeah, we're applying the current frame of mind on a circumstance where you're dealing with an extinction level event. We're talking about some severely desperate times and questioning whether or not we would take drastic fucking measures. We absolutely would, and we wouldn't even care. You know why? Because the landscape would look so different. We wouldn't care. We wouldn't have time to care. We wouldn't even notice what was going on.
Facts, Aaron.
Right? We wouldn't
Yeah.
have social media. We wouldn't have electricity and running water. Like when it gets to that point, there are going to be so many other changes in the environment that are going to distract you, right, from these social ethical boundaries that we're applying to that said scenario. You wouldn't know which way to do shit. You hurry up and get in there and screw, because we need these kids. We need employees to milk these cows and to go run these pails of water. You better get in there and get the fucking, so we can get this child born so they can start hacking some of this water. You kidding me?
I know by history
Big
already.
Aaron, that was my granddad. That was
I
exactly
know
my
by
granddad.
history
He had a
already played this. They already played it out already.
They
Germany,
played it out, right?
Japan,
Look in the pages of history and you'll find the answer. Exactly. It's been played out already. Yeah, there you go. How you think we got here? Exactly.
Yeah, and the
And
Irish
Aaron,
and the Italians and the other whatever the people are, those white people they mix together. So the Irish, they some Irish Italian, German and Irish, they already mixed together. So we're gonna have to mix. I know it sounds bad, but as African Americans, whatever you want to call yourself, I just call myself a dude. We already mixed with everything. We got our own culture. We're not Africans no more. I know some people don't want to believe it, but this story has been told many times. I'm not trying to bust nobody's bubble. I'm just telling the story.
When the body starves, the muscle eats its own flesh.
Exactly.
Lamar, unfortunately, I gotta bust people's bubbles, man, because
I'm sorry about that one. I wasn't trying to be a Debbie Downer about this.
no, bro, this is the issue. Like, we got, unfortunately, if you can't even keep it together on a contingency plan hypothetical, and we're up here playing war games, we're just critically thinking. We're just, again, it's all speculation, right?
Yeah.
Well,
no, just speculation, but I'm in Japan. The children are dying
Lamar,
out.
what's gonna? Oh, go ahead.
No, I'm in Japan right now. The children are dying out. When they saw my children, they were so happy. Oh, children! They was like gold to them, and Korea the same. And I don't want to get other people involved. What I'm saying is, as Black Americans, we have a beautiful culture, and the world love our culture, even though y'all don't know it yet because y'all brainwashed over there. But when you travel, you're gonna see our culture everywhere, music everywhere, everything everywhere.
So I understand that. My thing is, like, if we can't even keep it together on a panel, on a hypothetical, on a contingency plan war game, then I get worried, because in real life, Lamar, our examples that we all just gave, women had the option to choose who they wanted to be with. In real life, that doesn't happen. None of those women that Genghis Khan got with had the option. Go look at what happened after World War II. Women, that's where trophy wives come from. Taking the women of the soldiers you just finished conquering against their will. And we're just having a hypothetical about women having the option. And that's what scares me, is then we can't really focus on what happens when boots are on the ground. Like, guys, we got to be able to push through some of our emotions and get to the nitty gritty. Because I guarantee you, the white people in power, that's what they're able to do. You don't think they be having emotions, but they push through it and put pen to paper and shit. We get caught up in the circular argument, as Hamp talking about, having an argument about the argument.
But I feel you, bro. It's a good panel, good information. I'm just one of the guys that do a monkey wrench in it. I think technology in the future is more important than the past. I know in the caveman days, Big Aaron and Playboy Rick, they would win, but it's not caveman days. He ain't been in that state since 300 years, 300 or 400 years. But I'm just making a comment, dude. It's just not important. I'm not trying to push no agenda. All right. I want to make sure everybody know I'm just talking.
Nah, man, I think it's overall been a good convo, right? I think everybody who's offered, substantively, right? And I think everybody at some point in the conversation did a decent job of, conveying their argument, or if they disagree. I just know, though, that we can't see past our proclivities overwhelmingly, and you can't effectuate change in mass improperly because people think how they feel matters more than what's correct or what's right. You know, like it's big for Tarus to say, yo, that shit is working. That's the type of shit that move you forward, you know. If the idea is bad, we can assess it, mind through it, and throw it out. But if it legit, this is like logistics. If it makes sense, then what do we do logistically? So I don't know. That's the one thing that concerns me when I say we don't take nothing serious. Mr. Williams, what's goody?
Hey, what's up, y'all? Salute to everybody. Salute to the chat.
What's poppin'?
It's a good combo, man. You hit everything that I wanted to talk about. So, hey, that's just how I've been feeling lately, man. So,
Yeah.
just the Wednesday show and all of that, man. Like,
Yeah.
we got work to do, man, and we got to stop being full of shit.
Yeah.
Ain't this man something you can't get nothing off with Hamp in the room? Not only is he a genius, he's righteous.
Man, shit.
Can I make this a suggestion? Because this is what I've been thinking about for the past 6 to 7 months. Instead of rebuilding the community, why not start building a village first?
Building a what?
Instead of trying to rebuild the community, why not start building a village first?
It's
When you
semantic.
build a village, you know what I'm saying that because when you deal with community, you deal with a broad spectrum. When you deal with a village, you started something from small and you're growing that thing out to something much solid.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying that. You know what I'm saying that when you have a village, you have like-minded people come together and want to go for a foundation and a bylaw to live by, so that can be passed down to multiple generations and you can expand upon that. When you try to build a community, it's hard to get a consensus.
So I don't want to speak for the channel, right? This is definitely DJ Hamp's channel, but this is just my understanding. One of the through lines or underlying principles of the conversations where we don't say some, right, and all because it doesn't move the needle. One of the things is kind of we all understand that what we're trying to do is build a nation, which is a collection of communities, which is a collection of neighborhoods, which is a collection of families, right? Which are built by properly behaving individuals. So understanding that kind of pyramid, that kind of, I guess, underlines the way we have conversation. And gentlemen, correct me if I'm wrong, and especially DJ Hamp. And I think that's kind of sort of the scaffolding that a lot of these conversations are had. At least that's my interpretation. So I'm not trying to take the wind out of the sails of what you're saying. I'm just saying that my understanding is the way we have these conversations are already predicated upon that idea, right? That there's a rank structure not only within the home, but within a nation. And that we had the conversation aimed at that end. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, man. I mean, you know, yeah. I don't know. I just worry about us.
Me too, brother. Me too.
I just think we.
That's natural, right? Every species worry about themselves, right? It's natural. I think what you're doing a good job. That's why I came up.
Very good job.
Make sure you keep having fun speculating, Hamp. Don't, you know what I mean? Make sure you keep it fun thinking about the future. As dire as it could look,
Mm-hmm.
you know what I mean?
No, I got you. I
Have fun
just,
with it.
you know what it is, Truth. When I'm out, you know, and we like street teaching and whatever the case is, it be some real shit happening, man. And it just be like, you should see our people like just kicking cans, you know. And I see the woman and she got all these kids, you know, not a pot to piss in. Kid may or may not have a shoe on. And you just looking like, God damn, yo. And we understand it, right? And my understanding just I know these things gonna happen because they've been prophesied just for the sake of the conversation. But you know, you're still trying to work to see, you know, who you can help open their eyes. And then when I see
clarification, even in your belief system, though, nobody sees it coming, right? It just happens.
well, no, it's prophesied to come.
But that's what I'm saying. Nobody can predict when it comes, though.
Well, so it's here. I think what you may be talking about more so the rapture.
Okay.
Yeah, rapture we don't know. But like when we look at like Sodom and Gomorrah, you heard of that before, right? Like the two, we just see it in real time, you know. Like that transgender ain't just a white man who in his feelings shooting kids, right? Like we try to make it a thing, you know. It's just like, damn, you know. And this is what I mean about like when people say they ruffling feathers, they make things uncomfortable, they pushing the agenda. Are you outside? The internet is definitely a facet. This matters, you know, having a conversation. But are you outside? Like when I'm like, yo, it's me and the brothers, right? And I may be the speaker at that time, and people across the street, fuck that, y'all preaching, y'all cross the street, motherfucker. Right? And most of the time they don't cross the street. And it's just like, this ain't gonna go how you think it's gonna go. Don't get it twisted. Right, you know, and that's like really ruffling. But 90% of the time, Tarus, it's like this. Hey, so what you think? Oh, whether, and it don't matter if they white, blue, black, purple. 95% of the time, it's like, what y'all talking about? Oh, we talking about this. Boom, boom, boom. So what you think? Well, here's what it says. What's your assessment? But you know, very similar to like here.
A decent conversation.
Yeah, like 95% of the time, Tarus, and I'm not trying to skew it at all. No matter who comes up. You know, like, and it's just about the conversation, you know, and then we so well edified, there's no question you really haven't heard before. Right. And then the brothers that are with you, if I don't know about that topic, I guarantee they do. Right. And the more people that know and understand, the better off it is. Now they not surprised. The hyperbolic videos you see are not common. Right. We're sitting out there for 4 hours. You be bored 3.5 hours. You know, and what the young boys see, Tarus, is when we there is the brothers are lined up in order, right? If you go to one of the brothers on the end and you talk to him, he won't talk to you. He won't just be like a, you know what I mean? But he'll be like, oh, you got to go to the front.
Yeah.
Right? Like it's so orderly, you know? Yeah. And if that person crosses the street and I'm talking, I'm not going to be the first person to head that person off. Right, because I'm doing my role at the moment. Nor were the brothers that are reading. They're not gonna step. That's not their job at that time, you know. But if I'm on the edges right now, if I'm playing that role, now it's my turn to stop that before that person really get a rude awakening, you know. And even then, Truth, we ain't like, soon as he cross the street, I'm putting him on his ass. But the brother's like, you better chill, right? Everybody strapped, you know. It's Texas, so you know we ain't playing with you. Stop playing with us. That's the line, you know. And everybody look like us, Tarus. Latino brothers, you know what I'm saying? And the brothers be from everywhere. Like I don't really use the tether shit, you know. I learned that shit up here, you know. But everybody on the same accord, and there ain't nobody fucking around because it's real out there, you know. And it's the structure of it that I think is missed, and I just see us just being so lax with so much stuff, you know, which is, and I like having fun. You know, we talk shit, but I just, when it's on, you know.
I'm really glad to learn that those videos are exaggerated and most of your interaction with the civilians are decent, bro.
Hell
like
yeah.
that makes a difference, you know what I mean? That makes a difference.
And we just, because you be out there too long and you out there all the time, you know. And it's better to converse with people who don't understand. It's like yelling at, and I'm not calling adults kids, but they're children or babes when it comes to the Bible, right? So what am I fussing with somebody and I know they don't know? I know they're going to say Shakespeare wrote the book and King James was, I know that's all the stuff they've ever heard before, but they never dove into it. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not approaching them like they know, because I know they don't know.
Is that why when the conversation goes biblical, you have this impenetrable calm? I mean, because I'm a stoic and calm individual, but you impress me once shit goes biblical. Is that what that is?
Yeah, I'm accustomed to it, Aaron. Now there are people where when they just so emphatic, then I'll bring them some heat, you know. But if I hear people like when Tarus is talking about it, I could tell he willing to listen too.
Yeah.
Right. So I'm like, well, no, consider this or look at this, take a look. Like, who's this? He's a strong personality. His name is Eric. Patriarchy. You ever seen him? I think his name's like Patriarchy Strike.
That's my boy, yeah.
strong debater, super smart, right?
Yeah.
And him and I were having I think he believes in the Bible and such, right? Him and I were having a conversation about the Bible up here.
Mhm.
And if you know, he'll say whatever you like. That he'll go, But we kept it right here, right? And he was even like, okay, I got to read that. I got to look at that, right?
Mhm.
Because the understanding was there, And he's well versed more than most people, but there's levels to this shit too. And I'm not saying that to sound, And so we had a good conversation, and people were like, "That was dope," because they usually don't see that energy, because people are always trying to trigger something. So
yeah.
Let me get John Henry. Oh, go ahead.
No, it's different because you guys recognized and respected each other's perspective and all that. But and shout out to I saw it was a while ago the piece you did over in JR's world around the Bible. That was a heavy piece.
Oh yeah, that was
yeah, man. I'm raising a flag on you for that. That was dope, man.
Salute to Sweeney, man.
Yeah,
Before you
right.
start,
Yeah,
I gotta,
right. Exactly. Yeah. Great conversation.
I gotta
a
go,
lot.
guys. I enjoyed the conversation. I wish I could stay long. I just got some technical work to do in the back end. All right.
Hey, be safe,
All right, man. Don't call nobody a cocker.
Yeah, man. Don't slam nobody. CBN.
I try not to slam nobody.
Let me get John Henry, man. I think I'm about to get out of here, man. What's goody?
Hey, what's going on, man? What's going on, everybody who's left?
What's the word?
Mr. Henry.
Nothing much, man. Just taking a minute to check in. I wanted to do that because I did say I tried to earlier, but so I've got some things going on as far as a gig coming up out of country. So I've got to make sure I get that taken care of. But out of that, hey, nothing much, man. Just doing what I do. Staying on the ground here, trying to make people informed of what they may miss in interpretations.
Yeah, no, 100%, man. I think we had a good conversation for sure. I think the opening, just going through all the different topics and such, hopefully we are learning together, understanding, like you put, how you were kind of mining through narratives, dialogue, propaganda, the truth, etc. And I think concessions are the most important thing that I'm missing the most in the conversation, right? Like it's burned in my head when Truth's like, yo, that shit is working. He'd rather get a root canal.
Facts.
And then when I'm looking when I'm talking to my friends from living in DC for 11 years, I'm about to be up there this weekend, right? They like, yo, nigga, this shit is like roses and bubbles. My friends DJ, obviously, right? My friends are $1 million earners. One of my friends, he's in the last round to be an astronaut. He live in DC. They work at the Pentagon. They work everywhere, but we live in the black neighborhood. I mean, it's 75% black, right? And they seeing the difference when you go to 7-Eleven in the middle of the night to from 3 weeks ago, and they saying the things. So even the most staunch Trump, what's the word when you against them? Trump detractors, or I don't know, whatever the word.
Detractor would probably fit for right now.
Yeah.
They like, yo, bro, I can't front, right? They sound like Tarus, yo, B, I can't front. This shit ain't bad, And you just gotta say it out loud. So when I see Mariel Bowser say it, there may be pressure, but she also telling the truth.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we just looking at it, John. Propaganda, narratives, the truth,
Well, I guess when we look at propaganda and truth as far as it goes, how far back and what are we willing to look at when we talk propaganda? Let's say if we lock it down to just in the black community, like I mentioned in the super chat I put out there. Do you realize that the majority of blacks believe that the federal government has pushed the black man out of the home? That's one of the things, one of the lies that we've enveloped over time, only because people have not taken the time to look at it. But it's like religion. You could put something in front of somebody's face, and if they believe faith is more important than the reality that they're being shown, you're not going to sway that. So again, let's say from the perspective again, did anyone take a look at that information that I provided regarding black men supposedly being put out of the house by the federal government? Did anyone happen to take a look at that, Hamp, or is that just something that we'll just shoot through here in conversation just to mine it out, as you said?
Yeah, we looked at that.
All right. So if anyone looked at it, 1968 ruling here was King versus Smith. It was found, or at least it was shown here, that that was never the case. That was not the federal government. That was local agencies, local state agencies responsible for that. But we also have to look at the time period back in the 60s. So therefore, you know, there was racism, there was bigotry, and who was normally hit by that the most when it came to being disenfranchised? It was us. Does anyone remember that 1974 movie with James Earl Jones and Diane Carroll called Claudine?
Very good movie.
Now, one real quick. So are you making a differentiation between the feds and state government?
Well, the lie was that they were saying that it was the federal government. It was not the federal government. It was each state agency.
Who says federal government? Because they just say the government.
Yeah.
Yeah, people overwhelmingly aren't saying, like, being specific with the feds. They're saying the government removed dads from the home. That's what they say.
Yeah.
Right. And
I just wonder, is the distinction without a difference?
No, there was a distinction that was being made depending upon who you talk to. Candace Owens would say, "Oh, it was the federal government."
Who cares? We're
And that's
saying
my
the
point.
federal. We're saying the government removed the dads. What I'm saying is, Henry, is it a distinction without a difference?
I understand what you're saying, but I need to understand what I'm saying. I'm saying that the distinction that you have people who spread the tale who say specifically the federal. I understand what you're saying, but listen to what I'm saying. I'm talking about those who do not bear distinction. But even at the same time, we're making the statement that it's the government doing it. Well, you have to look at the agencies that were unregulated. Now, people will say because they are affiliated, well, they're part of the government. It makes it seem as if it was a targeted approach. No, you had different areas. For example, Louisiana. Louisiana, of course, is going to be more harsh on blacks because of, let's call it what it is, call it spade a spade, because of the level of racism that exists. It was not the federal government, but are they a government agency? Yes, but far and few between. It was the actions of those elected and put in place that disenfranchised us.
But
Now,
it's the same thing in New York City, though, right? It's the
That's
same
right.
thing in all the mosques, right? And it's the same thing in Chicago. So
And
are
I'm
you
not
saying
saying-
that? So
Go
see,
ahead,
but here's what it looks like, though. It looks like it make it state to state, but it seems like a mandate that was pushed down from the top because it was happening everywhere.
Now, notice what you just said. It seems, and that's the point I'm making. It was not a mandate. It was simply driven from the fact of that we're black. It was not a man, and the 1968 King versus Smith even showed that it was not a mandate. It was even put out and stomped out and abolished by the Supreme Court. That said, okay, the man in the house rule. Okay, we're done. Enough. It has nothing to do with the government, but it never stopped the local state agencies from conducting themselves in that manner. It was not an official mandate. It never was a
Oh,
mandate.
you're talking about the man can't be there.
Yeah, it's called the man in the house rule, which all goes back to based upon what we're talking about. The black man was being pushed out of the house. It was formerly called the man in the house rule.
Oh, but he was, though, right? You understand? Implementation is different from how it's written down, right? So, for instance, redlining isn't written down, right? But how they structure, right, is how they actually implement it. So the person coming in those women's houses aren't edifying them on how you get the benefits and what the law states. They're saying what needs to be said to then ostracize the man, right? So that's the key. So you take the verbiage out, but how you teach it, how you mandate it, how you push it forward and perpetuate it is different from what the verbiage says.
And that's pretty much what I'm saying here, that it was not an official mandate. But one of the other things that people also missed back in the 50s, you have to remember that when we talk about automation or so, we talk about technology moving forward. That was about the time where you started looking at automation coming up in plants where you had the car dealerships, or at least the big three for the most part. And black men were missing out on that only because we were still looking at coming out of being blacksmiths, field hands, manual labor during that time frame. So when that first transfer of technology was coming in for automation, the black man was missing out on that only because of the fact that we were still coming from the field. We were coming from those manual labor jobs, and due to us not having that training, you had guys who had to leave the families to go try and find work. Now, that's a lot of what is not mentioned when you look at the technological advance of that, but it all coincided at the same time. But remember, we're also talking about coming out of World War II. We talked about housing for blacks, things of that nature. We're talking about everything that would have been in effect in that time frame.
What is the all right? So what's the overarching premise? So what are we getting at? I guess based on the conversation.
Well, based on overall is that we have to look at propaganda, what we're being told, as far as be careful of the information being said, because what people seem to miss a lot is that when you hear lies about Planned Parenthood, when you hear information about birth control clinics at 79% being in black neighborhoods, it is not true. That information is out there. I've actually done a couple of shows on this, providing that information. But when you have like religion, depending upon how you've been indoctrinated, what you've been brought up on, there's a wall that sometimes you can't even get there, which goes back to ideologies when they talk about subversion of us, where information can be put into a place to where you can give someone the truth, put them in front of it, but no matter what you do, hey, I'm not believing it until it affects them. I'll drop it right there.
Yeah. No, you on mute, Lamar. Lamar, you on mute. You talking to us?
Lamar, you on mute, man. Okay.
I was gonna start right there. So
yeah,
Planned Parenthood is a lie. The founder did not say what she said. So it was all made up or what?
Exactly. Yep. Margaret
Sanger.
Yeah, Margaret Sanger.
Was it AI video I seen when she was saying that?
Oh, it's not even AI.
No, was it AI video when?
Oprah is telling me to eat vinegar and salt AI on the commercial. Like, oh, this AI, man, y'all gotta be careful.
I'm not gonna fight her. I'm not gonna, because I don't have the data, what y'all nerds call it. But then Margaret Sanger, she wasn't trying to exterminate black babies.
Nope.
Okay, I'm not. I don't have the data. So I'm just clarifying it. Okay.
Yes, she
and
was not.
The system, you say, not the government or this government. The system did not kick the black man out of the house.
Oh, is that a question for me, Lamar?
Yes.
Yes. So just like Hamp and I were talking about nuance, depending on who you talk to, they say it was the federal government. No, the federal government had nothing to do with that. Had nothing to do with
Yes or no question. It's not a depending who you're talking to.
No, I'm giving you the answer.
System.
Respectfully, John, this is like saying the war on
Hold on, Drew. Hold on,
Drew. Specifically call it the war on drugs.
Hold on, go ahead, Lamar. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Lamar, hold on.
Okay. Yeah, I'm smart, but I'm calling it system because I don't want to get into semantic.
System. Okay.
The system, the warfare system, was designed to kick out the black Negro. In order to get rewarded warfare, be rewarded for failing in life, was the welfare system designed that the more you fail, the more you get rewarded, if that makes more sense.
No, the welfare system was not designed to kick out black folks. The welfare system was designed for white folks back in 1935, starting with Franklin Delano Roosevelt under the Social Security Act of 1935. And that's what a lot of folks don't realize. It was designed for whites, not blacks. We weren't included in it until later.
I do agree with you. Nothing was designed for blacks.
So
there, answer the question.
No, I did not say it was designed for blacks, Lamar. I said it was designed for whites. Social Security.
That's why I agree with you.
Okay.
Nothing was designed for us.
Oh, I'm sorry. My mistake. I missed that. Forgive me.
No, I agree with you on that one. Nothing was designed for us. They didn't say. Okay, I agree with you on that one. I'm gonna rest my case. I just asked some questions. Okay, you know I
Yeah, man. I think to John Henry's overarching point, right? It's imperative that we have the right information. Even if it doesn't change the conclusion or the results, right? You want to at the very least understand the derivative of all things as much as possible. Even etymology of words really matter, right? Connotation and denotation and how things are leveraged and used, So I think that's a fair point, right? Just to be completely understand what it is that you're saying when you say it, which kind of goes back to that Bible conversation, Aaron. It's just a matter of when they done talking about the things they heard, then I just tell them, well, no, here's what actually happened, and then the way in which I'm delivering information, oftentimes they're like, okay, right? Because it ain't like I'm fussing. I'm just like, no, here's the truth. You know, I've seen people stand there for the 3 hours, right, and watch person after person after person come and just get an answer like this. Boom, 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 boom. And it's like, give me book, chapter, verse. Give me book, chapter, verse. Give me book, chapter, verse. And then they're like, and they just see the wealth of knowledge. And then they're like, I got to know more. You know, people, I've seen people get galvanized by a level of understanding they've never seen before. You know, and so many of us, we come up in the church and it's just like one verse, I talk for 3 hours. And they're like, I've been asking my pastor that for years. I said,
You
well,
telling me I'm one of them, Hamp. I'm watching you, and I was raised Seventh-day Adventist.
Yeah, they go deep into it.
Right, they right. Yeah, you know what I'm saying. But even still, I watch you and am edified every time. So yeah, no, I know what you're saying, 100%.
Yeah,
100%.
I think the biggest word that is misconstrued in the Bible the most is the word "you." And that's what people seem to forget, is that when you read certain passages, you does not mean the person who is the reader. I guess when people start, you guys were talking about the, let's say, end of times or something like that. And they talk about when the disciples approached Jesus and they had a question. And he goes, verily, I say unto you, or at least, you hear that a lot. We can agree on that, right? Verily, I say unto you, which is common what they lead off with, where they say, hey, let me tell you something. But the problem you have is that people seem to forget that the you is not talking about the reader. It is talking about who the speaker in the book is speaking to. So when you go back and you have to remind people of that, that also takes away from the perspective where they think, oh, remember what Jesus said? No, Jesus didn't say anything to you. He was speaking to his disciples. I'm just giving one of the many examples of where you have the example of you being utilized and people take that to mean, oh, he's talking to me. No, he's not. So that means a lot to the misinterpretation of, again, the biblical character Jesus that people run into problems with based on not understanding who the word is meant for. Because when it's read and put together, now again, everyone knows I'm an atheist. All right, none of the Bible ever existed as far as I'm concerned. However, if I'm having a conversation with folks, I don't go back and forth with them about that, because as we just saw, can we not admit that when people get to the point where they don't want to listen, there's a wall. But anyone who's willing to have a conversation about that and speak rationally, you can do that. But there's always going to be one thing that we can all agree on, and we should be able to agree on, is to understand who is being addressed. And if you focus on who is being addressed, that gives more clarity to whatever it is you're reading in passage.
Okay. Yeah, that's not right, but I understand why you would say that. So what happens is, right, there's a thing that happens. The disciples are looking for understanding. Oftentimes there's a parable. That parable can then be extrapolated to the people that are reading it so they can understand how to apply what just happened, how to discern what just happened, right? So he'll just give further explanation or be very direct. What's also needs to be understood is those disciples are the people who are reading it. Right. So if he's telling that to them and how they should behave or understand the situation, as a disciple of Jesus Christ, you should also behave and understand the situation how he asked them to. Right. So that would be the understanding that'll get people to the goal. But as an atheist, right, it means nothing to you. So, but that's more for the disciples of Jesus Christ.
Right.
Which would be Mr. Williams, Aaron, Lamar, you a Buddhist, right? Oh, why do I think that?
No, spiritual, dude.
Okay. And then Truth, I'm not sure if Truth, you're agnostic, right?
Yeah.
No, I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm spiritual, dude. I believe.
Okay. I don't know why I thought. Since I knew you live in Japan, I just thought of a fat Chinese man, and I put it. That's all I did.
I know a lot of Buddhist people over here.
That's all I did, Lamar. I didn't do nothing. Like, he lived in Japan, he must be a Buddhist. That's all that was, right? Like, literally, no thought behind it. No, nothing. So
that's like the smell test for, like, again, the scientific method. But look, we'll take it away. One of the things that I normally drop when having the conversation with folks is, okay, outside of the Bible, per empirical evidence, where in recorded history has a man been recorded of walking on water? But then you have people say, oh, well, The lake was frozen. No. See, now we're adding nuances in here to provide a narrative. But when you start asking those questions, that's when you start really getting those head-to-heads. But again, the belief that people latch onto is going to also look at how long that you've been part of that indoctrination. Because let's think about it. When we were 1 or 2 years old,
you're filibustering, right? And so in recorded history,
I'm gonna head out, guys. Have a good one. Good
hey,
chopping.
Truth, man, I love you, man. Be safe.
Peace.
Yeah, it would be in Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John in terms of recorded history. Go ahead.
No, that's not recorded history. That is biblical history.
What is the Bible? It's not a history book?
No, it's not.
Why?
It's because of the fact that when you put the smell test to it again, I'll ask it again. Outside of the Bible, per empirical evidence, where has it been recorded in world history a man walked on water?
It's 80 books, right? So when you keep saying Bible, right, I think you're under the ilk of like a Martin Luther or a Constantine, right? So because people compile 80 books together, now you're making them one book, right? So for instance, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, how far is the book of Luke written before after Matthew? Right? You know, Luke wrote Acts, right? Which is almost 60 years after Jesus died. So again, there's a lack of understanding that we should say these hyperbolic things and thinking that they're all written at the same time. You would have to explain to me Assyria's in the Bible, Babylon's in the Bible, Alexander the Great is in the Bible, right? I don't know if the Lacedaemonians, the Spartans are in the Bible, right? So now are we saying that that's history, but the other part isn't?
No, you've seen where you have an actual person, but then they'll write a story that gets fictionalized about it. So you'll have an amazing means that is supposedly based off of an actual person's life. Think about it. What was that in the book of Daniel? Nebuchadnezzar, where he threw 3 men into the oven because of the fact that they would not worship the idol, his golden idol. But the thing here is that when you go out and actually ask the question, it says that it never happened. Now, of course, let's think about it also from a factual event. Let's say if we turn the oven up to 300 degrees and we decide, you know what, I'm going to put brisket in here. But the thing is, if you put your face to it, you know that is hot as shit. We know that it's going to be hot. Can we agree on that? We know that is heat. But the thing here is that if you talk about an oven, as it stated, being 7 times hotter than normal. Now, how can anyone be put inside of an oven, be seen walking around with a divine figure that shows up to where it's presumed that it must be Jesus, and the men walk away?
You're saying
and
like
they're unprotected. But again,
Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego.
Yes. When you look at that.
Yeah, 100%, right? And I think that I understand what you're trying to say about what you've seen and what you've experienced, right? And how you don't think these things are a possibility because they haven't been duplicated before you, right? And then you lean on certain literature written by people who already don't believe to still man your argument, right? Because you have a presupposition.
No, I'm not saying that.
No, that's what happens, right? Because you're saying those people said that it didn't happen and you haven't seen it lately, so therefore it didn't happen. And then you took the scholars of the Bible and said that's all one book, when the truth is I named 5 different scholars, right? I also mentioned Luke, who wasn't even around then. He was literally getting reports from other people around it when it was happening, right? But that's what I'm saying. It's a disingenuous way to have a conversation with a person who already doesn't believe and dismisses the books. And then you go to other people who also dismiss the books to make your argument, right? You don't have faith, right? You don't have belief. So it's going to be difficult to have the conversation in a way in which it's going to be fruitful.
Well, you have to think about it now. From my perspective, it's difficult to have a conversation when people dismiss reality. Facts don't choose sides. We all know that. Again, if you can't put your face up to an oven at 354, that's all I'm saying. That when we look at that from the facts.
What about the slave trade? Question about the slave trade.
Now,
what about the slave trade?
Oh, the slave trade. We know that is factual because we've got records. We've showing the voyages. We've got records.
How many? So you think 10 million people, 100 million people died? How many people died during the slave trade?
Slave trade. I can't give you that answer at this moment. All I can say is that we know people died. Now, if you want me to be exact, I'm going to have to go back and give you that.
Interesting, right? So somebody wrote it down. So you're saying you have records to confirm that it happened, right?
Yes.
And then, thank you. And then you have Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, right? The records of Jesus Christ. You have revelations, the revealing of Jesus Christ, but you're saying that can't be true. But a 10 million people died in the slave trade, and because some crack in a book who's also an atheist believed it, you saying it's real.
Well, I'll put it this way,
But you see how the logic it's not consistent.
No, here's the consistent logic. So based on what you're saying by the parables mentioned of Jesus in the Bible. So I'll go back to my statement again. Outside of the Bible, per empirical evidence, where is it recorded in world history where a man has walked on water? And I'm using based on what you're saying.
But it's a loaded question, right? Because the Bible is how many books? What is Bible? A compilation of books. So now because the books are in one place, you're saying the rendering has to be elsewhere, right?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that out of the compilation,
you're literally saying it.
Genesis, Acts, Deuteronomy. I'm not talking about particular. I'm not talking about the particulars. I'm talking about in total. I'm talking about in total. The one
but
thing.
Why do you get to make the Bible one book to make your argument when you're saying show me outside of the Bible? Why, if it's 80 books?
Because if it's 80 books outside, regardless of it, it should be able to stand up to the scientific method of facts, demonstration of the actuality of what you're reading.
Except for the slave trade doesn't have to. So 100 million people came over here. They say 100 million people died, and because you have a manifest with 100 people on it, now that's true.
So if we say I'm staying and staying with your logic,
This is your logic.
And right, and man,
you haven't seen several things, but you believe them.
No, I don't believe, Hamp. I know.
Have we been back to the moon?
Have we what? Have we been back to the moon?
Yeah.
I will say no right now. We have not been back.
You believe we went there before?
Yes.
Dude, this is crazy. And so cars drive. Hold on, let me finish it. So cars drive themselves, but we can't get back to the moon. But you believe the moon landing?
Yes. But no one said anything about me not believing cars can or cannot drive themselves. My biggest question is, why would you believe we didn't go?
The fact that y'all are having this conversation with me in the picture, a man that was raised Seventh-day Adventist and is a self-proclaimed recreational physicist.
Recreation.
Y'all sound great. So I can wrap
Aaron, Aaron, let this body drop.
Okay. All right. No, okay.
Because
okay. We're gonna let it burn.
It's just crazy to me, right? Because the logic, you get to apply it, right? And what continues to happen is some science that he believes in. We can't get back to the moon, but we got women that ain't real that got 100,000 followers on Instagram, and sometimes we can't figure out how to make a rocket, but we got 20,000 fucking nuclear bombs. So that shit ain't far. That shit is it makes perfect sense, right? But now my nigga Jesus can't get a pass. Fuck out of here, John.
Like I said, hey, again, Hamp. But as I said before, this is what I'm talking about when facts don't choose sides. And that's all I'm saying, Hamp. This black conservative comfort on the plantation mentality that we have lulls a lot of us to sleep, bro. But taking away from that, just a second, Aaron. Let me go ahead and land this.
You got it.
All I'm just simply going to say here is that facts don't choose sides, because no matter where you believe in the Bible, did we go to the moon or not? You have facts and you have studies for hypothesis theories that prove that. But then you got to be able to willing to listen. I'm not going to be able to change with you because there's a level of, let's say, indoctrination you have that is different from the level of indoctrination I have.
I'm versed in what I'm saying.
And again, so you believe you're versed. I'm not going to argue with that.
Well, I bring out several examples which you have no actual evidence other than somebody writing it down or some video that you saw, and yet you believe it, right? So now I gave you 5 people who wrote it down, right? 4 of which are witnesses, and yet you disregard it, right? Who are you? You're not a biblical scholar. You know very little about the Bible. You don't know nothing about going up to the moon, but you believe that.
Because I'm literate, and because
shout out to indoctrination, John Henry. Welcome.
Well, again, I know where I am. I know who I listen to, but again, facts don't choose sides. But I'll leave it right there.
You know I love you, but this was an ass whooping.
By who? I'm an ass whoop in your environment, in your den. I can live with that. I'm just here to have the conversation.
Yeah, no,
Hey,
I
John,
just
how
see
was the
it.
pyramid made? By aliens? How was the pyramid made? Pyramids.
How was what?
How was the pyramids in Egypt, as you call it, the white person word? How was it made? By aliens or?
You mean ancient Kemet? You're talking ancient Kemet, but Egypt, right?
Yeah, Kimmy, yeah.
Yes, it was built by people. But here's the thing that most people don't
I know
realize.
about people, but what kind?
Let's not, Lamar, let's not be disingenuous, but I'll put it this way. So does everybody here know when the earth was created? Does everybody know the date the earth was created?
Yes.
Really? So two atoms, how many jars in space? How did all the civilization was made?
No, wait. All right, wait. Let's have this.
I gotta go, Aaron. I ain't get the extension. I'm tired.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
My OG John came up here to
drop 50
bother
or
me.
do you need to get out?
My OG John came to bother me and shit, you know.
Yeah. He said the two atoms made the whole world.
Lamar, you being disingenuous,
But
man.
John,
Go ahead.
the one part about the edification regarding just having the right baseline of knowledge, even if it doesn't change the outcome, I think that's a substantive thing, though. You know what I'm saying? Like making it how you make a distinction of federal versus state, even regardless if we got those outcomes, it's just good to be able to saying the things that are right. You know, even if it doesn't really change the outcome, but I think that's substantive. So I on Fridays I always raise the extension a little bit. Black King sent $20. That was good, and they got me, so we went for an hour and a half longer than we supposed to.
Oh yeah, let me just say that right there, man. Go get you some tea, as they say.
Yeah, I'm about to matter of fact, I'm gonna help my guys on this job. I was in a I was going to DJ. I don't know if I feel like it though. I don't know. I think the conversation was great.
Spend some discs, man. I think I got 10 I never got to anyway.
Oh my god.
That's money on the table, damn.
Damn, you might be right too, man. I be trying to find your song. I'm like, what the fuck is this song? That never happens to me. But I don't have every song downloaded, so I may just not have them. Yeah, maybe I'll do this. Yeah, Tony, maybe I'll do it tonight. Miss Val, what's up, man? Good to see you, man. Make sure y'all say what's up to Miss Val in the chat. Please let me read these real quick. Trigger Mike with the $2. Hamp, I just sent you a chart on IG.
All right, y'all. Peace. Appreciate it, Hamp. All right,
no doubt.
guys.
Be safe out there. Aaron with the $5 says, y'all got it wrong. Let us cook. Let's use the cookout example. Black people show up late to avoid being the help. And they leave early to avoid helping clean up.
That's funny.
Dr. G with the $2. Aaron is describing situational appropriateness.
Yes, ma'am.
Bobby Seal with the $5. I love what Tiff said about knowing history. Bigots are testing the waters and slowly walking changes and will continue to do what they can to get away with it. Aaron with the $2 says, do women really care about single moms? Eli with the $10 says, this has been a great show, Hamp. Got to do another one with Tiff on there. Tiff is one of the goats. Oh man, but yo, if y'all met Tiff, y'all would love her, man. I'm telling you, man, she took care of everybody in Houston, bro. Everybody. She even separated. They was eating swine. She separated my shit out. Said, "Don't touch this." You know what I'm saying? Ezekiel.
Shit like that. Shit
with
like
the
that.
50
shit
ball
like that.
says,
Shit like that.
Deuteronomy 31:27, King James Version. For verse 27 says, for I know thy rebellion and thy stiff neck. Behold, while I am yet alive with you this day, ye have been rebellious against the Lord. And how much more after my death? Damn. Salute to the red. 4 months. Appreciate you.
And when I'm feeling broke, E and J by my side, Henny like $40. This shit like 25.
Salute, man. I think this has been a great show. Seriously. I think Tony, my brother Tony Golden, made a good point. I'll DJ later. Let me know what time. It's Friday night. I think me and the wife gonna go to this Brazilian steakhouse. We're gonna get drunk. I've always planned on getting some cheeks, but she always fall asleep in the car. And I don't want no starfish cheeks on Friday. So I think once she go upstairs and go to bed, I'm gonna hit the link. If y'all around Friday night, we're gonna get it popping. All right. But I think this show was dope for sure. I hope y'all appreciated the opening. And that's how I want to continue to style them as much as we can. Hey Lamar, man, I miss you. I'm glad you hit the link. We did good. Aaron, you already know. Mr. Williams, you already know. Y'all don't have no hair. It's nasty work. Y'all look very old.
Old
Ray,
is good.
you better be around today. Go ahead.
My dad said you don't get to be old being no fool. So, but no, I wanted to shout my parents out, right? Because they watch us in the background, right? And they've been married since 1976, this coming October 3rd. And they were both born in 50 and 51. My dad served in the Vietnam era war as a nuclear weapons specialist. So they watch us and they have high expectations. I mean, everybody knows me and who I am, so you can imagine my parents. But they're watching right now. Shout out to them. But I was texting my mom and I said, and she watched the episode where we had Mr. Jackson on there. And they've been, but she says, I said, Mom, I'm glad you get to see how things go. We, the men that we associate on the panel, we're all trying to figure out how to effectuate change in and for the Black community. She says, yes, that much is very obvious. Now all you have to do is try to begin doing just that. I certainly understand it won't be easy, son. But I keep going back to a comment that you made about the Black Panthers. That is a project that's worth considering. I said, well, that's the plan. We're just trying to figure it out. Problems that need to be addressed and how to address them. This is absolutely, I'm sure with a bit of time and adequate knowledge, things will continue to work them out. I'm so proud that you are all in the thick of things, but where else would you be? Keep it up. You guys are finding that path. Heart emoji. So the elders, I mean, the best of our elders are watching. They care and they appreciate the effort. So thank you, brothers. Thank you to the panel. I'm almost moved to tears. My voice is shaking, but we must survive. We must.
We will survive.
That's a hell of a thing, man. That's a hell of a thing to be applauded, you know, and to be appreciated. Because this thing can feel. So I know they watch the show
all the time. She says I'm listening.
When we did the interview, you and I.
Oh yeah, yep. They were there for every minute.
That's what I'm saying, man. We be so lazy with our thoughts, with our decorum, and Aaron been saying that.
Yeah.
And I know I can't make the promise to always hold my decorum to the highest standard, but I'll be more conscious of it at the very least, you know, until I could work towards it. And I think we've been doing a better job.
For sure.
But yo, we gotta adjust.
Yeah.
As a people. And we're gonna have fun with our conversations, right? DMP is fun.
Yeah.
You know, we have Mr. Fantastic gonna get an argument and we'll have him box somebody 6 months from now. Right. We're gonna do all the things that we do. You know, we're gonna meet up. We drink 1738 like it's Tang. And we're gonna keep building, man. So
yeah,
that's a fact. I gotta look at this. You gotta send me this, bro. You know, you gotta send me this. Yeah, man. Yeah. We keep going for sure. And you know, just when Aaron and the Misfits and I were having a conversation just about support and what it looks like and the ebb and flows of this game, you know. And Aaron said something that was natural. He just said, hey man, we here to converse, and communing together is the biggest part, you know. whatever comes in that we divvy up is one facet, but not the only facet for the reason in which we do it.
Yeah.
You know, and there's things that affect you as a content creator. You're like, okay, numbers ebb and flow. It is what it is, right? Support ebb and flows, right? You expect it. The like button isn't hit, you expect it. But, you know, I could say, like, that kind of sucks, bro.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Mm-hmm.
especially the like button.
Yeah.
You know,
Yep.
so, but we're gonna do it. So now, Ray, that's what I was saying, man. Make sure you be in the Discord. We're gonna do it later. You know what I'm saying later. Tony made a good observation. I want this show to kind of live where it is, and I'm just gonna hit the link and it's lit. You know, so if you home tonight, we'll be taking requests. We'll play some R&B, hip hop. I'm gonna play some go-go house music, all types of stuff. You know. I'll play a couple anime hits for Lamar and Granville, and we'll be good to go.
I might even show up drunk and high. It's gonna be at night, you know.
Oh yeah, see, if we do that, man.
Yeah, you already know.
Lamar, you in the Discord by chance?
No, I keep trying to get in, but it's in my password is wrong and stuff like that. I have to figure it out.
You old. That's how you know.
My real name and everything and shit. I gotta figure it out.
Yeah, we gotta figure out because that way, you know, that's how we just kind of stay in. It's easy to stay in touch in there, you know what I'm saying? But somebody dropped the link to the Discord. Zeke just dropped it. And yeah, man, let's get together. Go up in the Discord. And we'll see y'all later for sure. When we get the password pop, thinking about what Lamar said. When we get the music popping. Damn, man, great show. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all jumping in the Discord. I'll see y'all later on tonight. Be safe and do the right thing, man. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend and tell a friend. And we out.
Closed-minded folks, you know what I'm saying? It's like we got a demo tape and don't nobody want to hear it, but it's like this, the South got something to say. That's all I got to say.